powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience and I don't want you to go through the same. So please follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe. Do the right thing and save a life.
You are back again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to share with your friends. So guys, I'm currently at Maranatha Beach Camp and I'm here for a day. So let's see how the place looks like. Let's see what happens here? I mean, let's experience it with you. And you know I always come with you. I'm here with a group. I'll introduce them to you in my video, and so watch out for that. Until then, let me just soak the view. Let me enjoy the moment. Let's go. Come, let's go. Maranatha Beach Camp is located in Adan, which is about 1 hour 40 minutes from the Accra Mall. Once you arrive at Adafo, you can easily get a boat to Maranatha Beach Camp, and it costs about 20 cedis per person if you are alone. But if you are in a group, it's way cheaper and it's always negotiable. So yeah, you can always negotiate the cost. So we are currently going to Maranatha Beach. Hey, the weather is so warm. Yeah. It's so hot. Thank you. Say hello to my new friends. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Charlie.
Hello.
Members.
So yeah, we are about to go. So catch you guys when we get there. Say hello to my subscribers. Say hello. Henrietta. Say hello. If you are wondering where the Volta Lake meets the Atlantic Ocean, here you are. This is the place where the Volta meets the Atlantic Ocean. It's right close to the Adanfo. So whenever you want to visit the estuary, the closest place you can also see the estuary is the Adanfo, which is called Maranatha Beach Camp. The water is so clear, and this is my view. There's also a volleyball court, a football pitch, and it's very spacious. So how many accommodation do you have?
We have almost like 36.
36?
Yes, including dormitories.
Oh, okay.
We also have dormitories that... This is one.
Which one? The dome, the very long one. Oh, okay.
7 beds inside. We are going to another one.
Wow. So the dorms, all of them, the washrooms are outside?
Yeah, this is the washroom.
Okay, so they use a public washroom for everyone?
No, it's not a public. It's just it's for the beach camp.
So this is how the room looks like. It comes with a chair and a double bed. There's no fan because it's very close to the beach. So I made new friends. Hello everyone.
Hi.
How was your experience here?
Oh, it's been good. It's been fun.
How long have you been here?
So 2 days.
2 days. Oh, you came alone? No girlfriends, no wives?
So it's a team.
Oh, okay. What do you call your group? at least now they get to subscribe to my channel, so yeah. It's nice meeting you all. Alright. So guys, that's the estuary. It's where the lake meets the sea. I'll give you a drone footage. This is the Volta Lake and this is the sea. So just around this area is where the lake meets the Atlantic Ocean. Isn't this beautiful? Let's see the beach. The crew I came with actually has like just like 5 minutes for us to leave. So let me quickly just run to the beach. Wow. I didn't wear slippers and the place is very warm. Wow. Okay, so I'm sure you'll get a better aerial shot of the beach. This is how it looks like. And it's looking very blue today. The food at Maranatha Beach Camp is about 35 Ghana cedis per plate and above, which is about $6 per plate. And so you can do a day visit just like I did, or you can come and spend a night or a weekend. You can come with your girlfriend, your wife, your family. So yeah. It's a party cruise! Yay!
Please, at the same time, we are looking into the camera.
So guys, it's time to go. We are leaving the Maranatha Beach Camp. So I don't want to go, I don't want to say goodbye. But I have no choice. So yeah, let's go. Let's go home. Why? My new friend, they're not even looking. Day trip was organized by a tour group called the Party QGH, and just like their name, they were really a vibe. So whenever you find yourself in Ghana and you need a tour guide, you can always contact the Party QGH.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Seller nipa 121 in a womb. She should be a bit too conny say, be nice conny say, Busafiano, Esuya and woman. Ah, and they we Pia wa pass as I'm so no so or throw in prison. Abusafiano, who Pia, what may I say? Open so secondary school. What was secondary schools means a beer won't empress on the farm. A no cray, no cray.
So when you do me, Nasa Unyanka, crime check Abusia Konwa, the best says,
over subscribe. Nasa o subscribe we are
Adoma be one chain.
Me and so
Sene Beya,
Jumeti Biara, ya debatu on
Sabeka.
Now also with me, I should be.
Our passion, we that with the help with the change.
21st clinic say eba sciatica no every usisi mu konoa woto ase hono ntina fa usrem ekosi wo na ase hono ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bia enye enti 21st clinic wo mu na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mu de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besa o yade no masa de machine aka ho yade bibiduro ka oni asa de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment yade awono ama eye sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wotu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia uduru session so wo mo na nie dwabo so wo mo ho so nyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540-311-311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
Etiefo, a make trading enterprise and saswa ka wo hu biomo. Se ope provisions niama, emo, anwa, esichiri, chese adibia ye dibia. A make trading enterprise benye biamo. Enye no kwanso, se ope semina ye di si niama, ni ye di gware, anampo se ope so uto de kwache obi. Enye tutumrike, na kwa a make trading enterprise na kwa je wodie. Niama ne boye for na Accra price and so. Shusha wan e chira kwan e wo Kaswa Old Barrier. Ubitimi afra wan e wa homatru for you so. 0545-822-773. And make trading enterprise and now. Customer satisfaction is our priority.
Raping the defilement, yo. And the money won't get yo. Aiding and betting, oh. Now for Sana for Cuvantino, Dana me Jimmy D, a true trust, I mean, and talk a sentino. Dana, yeah, mommy D, me no money, and some Shishia. Atumini nsen wunu kwa aswadi afwadi ebu abrosai enwa nadame ye maufo tumifo mante ko fante esumo edru mi o akwentimfi Mama mi bobo, me decide my better prison. My yari sa without reason. Kwedu the bomb me no yeah treason. Yeah treason. Kobrane my beti keti. And tsunami nye juma biya sisi ame bahai mission sani juma morning devotion na software futu ni officers chira pano na mamehu titi atempono massacre oh aswadi ami nyina samoni ami di nyina oh aboni ami nyina somebody I'm a nyina me hunya mintino ma fire suntino na minim nyame kra na me webufu pa na minim nyame kra na minya butrekra na femi Mr. Free me de me nimbo ni free me de me hoto malam nya konfoso ene edisifoso na so ni nyina ankosiaga ene me na ya chimi sanyame ya madum na me fi prison happy ya me kofia ko bob rapa na mafana sam na kachire wiase amansa nyina se massacre oh I say prison one then on ya grow say the hotela na le bon one blow and one into me ya ma wala kasepe wo ho say wo fe na wasilimpa fane dama wala tu wala sempa ya ne dama sama makenyi na on your reality you very very careful na lose liberty sala aswadi ami nyina samoni ami di nyina oh aboni ami nyina samoni ami di nyina let's stop the evil doing and tell a new name Queen
Brain Productions.
You are chief asan bamonchen BM Crime Check Foundation Jumedia ye nyina ye name ya to ne din say time with a prisoner nene abranti abeka yensa no oye ex convict ye nyina ye nim ye nuana ma won akọ efiase a won apiaba na abranti ye friend Abu Safiano Yahaya na baby a me hwe ne din ya free eye ne BC results na o asem a emodu a ode eba abedon yen na yebekọ ne ho na yakọ akotie na before say yebekọ ne ho no ene Black Lens Ventures for say where university where senior high school where junior high school na woni adwuma ya brabesua camera na editing na omudi ho akotie yi pa oba besua oma sutime buawo ema wonya bibi ede wabrabo no eye
Black Lens Ventures asaka kan ho biem and they say we
JHS graduate, SHS graduate, and na sempo no
university graduate na utifie uni bibia ye
na wo pese wonya insanu dwuma bia
ene tutumika na bra Black Lens Ventures
se wo pese wo ye professional photographer,
videographer na digital video editor
ne wo be ya ne se wo be pick form e wo ye office a 50 cedis e wo KFC inside Matayeko pharmacy dansoman
wo teachers akuku dama wode na wotwensia e be kire we nyina ho nimdie
ni ji asemensan wo mun se wo bon ho modin na usua kosisi yia
Black Lens be ma wa kwanya ne edwumakuo ni mu bi aye edwuma enti tutumika na be fa forms ana se frɛ numbers a etwa group screen so
0242 074 276
as 0596 328 008
0302 966 54
yebekọ ye Abu Safiano ho na yede nsem bi aba betumanim na before class yebekọ no ho no Abu Safiano yi free Kumasi Central Prison na omeate asese enkwada bone nsem ko hwan juma no odi ne se du ba bi a ekom any parental neglect obroni beka say na wofo a won anya emre anhwe no ntino nkwalabo ye nkwalabo ne nsem kakra eye kejeti aho no no eye obi twam no matime hwem ne bi sa chese no ya kwalabo ne ena ye chi no ede no ejele no Kumasi Central Prison ye ma ne 12 years eso onkotwa na onsesa onya kwalapa na abranti na sama ode enam aye enika ne se me nyina nim se eye Ghana Prison Service obroni beka se omo core mandate the reformation and rehabilitation of prisoners into a prisoner na abeda prisoner on bema on tete ye pa na wupia wetime do abraba ye bibi papa na abranti safianu yi ono no boni na chi ni nyina boni nketenkete na odi ye chi ni nyina o se da bi ya chi me akọ prison kra na mede mabrabo baby papa enti enipa pii nim Ghana ye 44 prisons and prisons ni bi wo ha omo educational centers wo ho wani brena pesu sua nwa betime sua wo pesa wo tro BC wo ho kra betime atro ana wo SSC wo ha betime atro nti Abu Sofia no ekotro nsohwe ema opase fefefe na opase ye no anche ena prison ho ye yi no ese onkofie na okitan results yi epese otoa school so a secondary schools me ensa wakono e science omo hu se ofri efiase abanti no omo se omo nje no sana ode ato ye nim epese ye hu se Ghana ha emra bi wo ha e kire se uko prison na ukochoro nso hwe uko reform ekobo abrabo tenene na upie kita okrata sei na upese odo abrabo no kwa animu emra bi wo ha e kire se debi ye nyi usuku enti konenam na bokro no ana eno ne yepese yebisa na saa asem we na nse yetensem bi esi Achimota Secondary School yeso obi ayi ne ti rasta enti school ne se wonje no enye ho na ye ko yepese yehu se yenua no mo a won apia free fiase ebi na omo eton ade o foto e o machi ya na ebi nso so won akosuku na secondary schools bi se wonje wo yenko Abu Sofia no ni misa no di si yenti a wako secondary schools miensa ebia wo mo se wako fiase nti wo mo enje no etisen me pacho na me ando yo am se ready be na otwini and odo asem to mani se unuaba no se no so free na bronco chana ohona wo ehona me man wo me anga se mu dem na bronco eden na we ya edo ko Kumasi Central Prison ya ma 12 years we ya den pacho ya bomb robbery attempt charge se ma hwemo bi ba ko hwem obi ba awon in say ye ana sa any amount of years pacho na 12 years 12 years na ho em nwa kakra if you say time our sister catch me say wo call prison no wo kosua ade no ma dwen me mienu kakra yenim say the Kumasi Central Prison etie say for mo hwa Kumasi Central Prison makoha koha minim the way a ho aye mabu afaso na yedo wakoho chese ukopie ho kra adwenjwe wa kwa bibi mponji wa bibi nya wo se kusua ade na yenua yakwa kusua ade na eba ne sen na ede ne sie nti aye se wo besua ade man kancho di sie ne se na kofu from na yetete ewiem wo ndo kofu fra ewiem na ya oti tete ewiem wana teacher ni bi ba mte na se ya obra show ana okusku ana mse ana se sadia me pese obede baba school ana me tum se ana me ba tifiti wana ana me shase just a prison hono omo facility bi wo ha wo pese wo sua de a educational facility bi wo ha wo betima sua de yes school dine one room GHS for ha and SHS for here e ha now yes wo be sua de sir Enti usua there for how many years and sana ultima cultural BC? That usua there for 2 years. 2 years. Na time I know that prison. You know say the prison aduanete, you know say they are charity any and you know say amount 12 years. Into no sebe cultural exam no kra na u pass ya unya MPA. And so still lokusu an wo cultural ade. E dey na e pushi wo. E ma o se chenchena o how we nyina e chi na mesu ade.
Pacho dey me disi me say e nya me na pa me say e dabino. Which meet me dem say similar. I can say Safiano me ami. And tina ma me dem adwene am say makusu mo. Ma kwa kusu ade na dabino. Pie ba bon tia me timanya bi pa bi aye. Aye. Tia ma me kusu.
So ben na wo.
Pacho na mo cell 1.
Cell 1. Na mo dodo esen
121.
121.
Yes.
Na well, I think for said that be congestion I wo Ghana ye prisons prisons ni na bufa so. Na wo cell nipa 121. And edem. Na brantie. No maybe no me no maboni bebre yinim. Oh, ni abre ne de won timi de o mabrabo ye bibi papa. So when you ade hunu bi na pese ye bibi papa e ma wabraba eye yia obetima ye cell nipa 121 ene wom. Ye hehye bi ebi ti koni se ebi na koni se abusafia no asua enwoma. A enei we pia wa pass exam so no so a ochoro ni prison ha abusafia no. Results by na wetwa English language 3, social studies 2, religious and moral education 4, mathematics 3, integrated science 2, information and communication technology 3, Asante Tree 3, and Pretech 3. Ayo
mani dise manya bibisa. Is na o mani so say pese me ku school e kokodru ani na mba be ni partitu bi dachi.
Na wana chira ma de we prison officer and I say inmate na bi na e teacher ko.
Pacho subject ni bo inmate na bi. But other two subject do na officer bi na lecture. The
subjects ni bo ha a prison for na bi na
lecture more na.
Ebi so ha na prison officers abechere. Yes. Yo. Na who pay for prison hot time then?
Pacho me pay for prison on 16 December 2020
2020 ya. Ene just ensure that December ya. Na say am 12 years, ye jelu 2016. Yes. The ban is saying na 2020 wapi.
Me pacho on the 7th June 2020 na papa here e car baby. Ntina I was say a year no akọ siri. Nti omudi ku siri no. Omo bo amane ani ebisa just afiano. Ne ba be ma penin or he
na yo papa be ma penin
ne ba mo me sister oba me na me ba be ma penin ebisa so and it is or them and I
so when the bisa say Safiano ba be ma penin or when the bisa
me na na ba
una na ba okay na then
obisa ma me sa na ya intimam provide me intino some you do also me amamra do also me I was say me answer no much my aye tino mo ye no no jai etwa eno no ejai say me ban say me yeti my san man tino mo ye san man twaja wi na me na frɛ ni nia e bantini me wofa eno ore tu ni to ore tu na ni na no wofa e frɛ me man eno man is sister na and the baby dear Chiana and Uncle Pado.
Because one at the bedi were changes only appeal, Omoko court, no more appeal here. And you will not Omoko, papa, mamma, but we see papa answer.
Almost answer and me back by not your tradition. You are I was send once and it's my
okay, but the members have a tradition, no peace, and you know, or has said. Upie, what may I say? Person ko secondary school. Wako secondary schools means ebia won person be farm. Secondary school dey kan ko secondary school be.
Pacho me dey kan ko Awe senior high.
Awe.
AWE Awe.
Senior high. I wa hin.
E wona Brongo. Let us me papa so the menkrata no ko from BC teaching to say on there any person ko be fan ba won't me na em family so family bia no no so di na dwuma asema e dia
ofa wa obenya asem
tano
meba Enyina so bentin or say on file no file obenya
I see placement in students are being placed from Accra and want to be placed to school. Some more kind.
Neba ne sen no say wakofi ase a. O say eno na yenyina so a ama headmaster na amfa.
Me pacho we di kan ko e no chem say baby ana me ku school. Me nkonko je form bi wo hom la enkyere say na me ku school. Ko prison so ema mo tire letter of recommendation the share envelope e tire the headmaster any adi so ma me the command
ko prison
me tabak ma sibeji e de ko me de ko je kan wi o ka chem say me ko cafe enkonko e self placement ema me ko tiska to placement cheat bi me ko ento mo say 2019 placement in the MIA 2019 for na year. Tino me sa ko no che me say oyi aware this thing and o three numbers we. E back 5 say me frɛ me na fe bi no ye adwuma back when e office la and so me frɛ ko bi anyere emfa.
O me eti ase say o mu hu say wakofi ase. Enu nti na omo say omo emfa eye no kre e ba ne say
some kwaji form no e free Kumasi prisons by no letter no na shame omo the stamp prison service stamp na e eso e na minim de all letter ni mu de and we need to change but oji kan we no mi ti abontin no me be nipa be 3 and the headmaster office and of friend me na fin watch and say ono want me then and family small kitchen okay bia so one
na we den hu say prison na wa connect na on person fa
because me according to me of flame or them one no more in nipa be 3 to me ma dwene de me kra dwene ka kra me dwene ne say utimu say wakan achiri ma chire omo mere etuo ni na bi say me wura dem ho no bi ayere hwe manim sa na okasa say me say there's nothing that you can do about it, so I should call these numbers. They will know how to deal with this case.
They will know how to deal with this case?
Yes.
What's our call secondary school for?
Yes.
I said, what did that same letter, prison letter? No?
Debbie, I wanted them to follow it and could be. I want them to course of our mission or my head. And I'm telling you, they find the mission, sir. This is my back, Accra.
I just saw back, right?
Yes.
It is secondary school, secondary school strain or northern region.
Yes.
Be so on farm. Now, one can say, maybe our results and also any.
Obi ankasa.
I'm pleased wo home. Na say I am selected schools. Na then I want one selected school.
But prison is one of the placement form be any.
Placement form be any. Until Lupia, Ajuwa
no aba
Okope school. Until the wide range on say prisoner Okoye no.
Until na among some family school.
I tell for them one say, you name say so one for school crash still it me foul so results no a year na said the abranti kasai na obi okita aggregate 16 obi nim kita 30 almost secondary school na opeso de na brabo eye bibi papa na said the okan say mi wura ho yes one koje recommendation letter embra ne center koje recommendation letter bra Obaya or center a Kumasi Central Prison. Minim headmaster no unihan way no, but minim de a barney trim. Enti say a prison abranti ako into no one fan or the ye perceive bisa buying, ye perceive bisa Ministry of Education, ye perceive bisa Attorney General. I say obi eco prison ba. Na opese oku suku a Ghana ha emra bi wo ha na a e kire se ufri prison ba ensese ukọ suku ufri prison ba na ukita qualification suku bia entimi emfa we a question a yina ye bisa na se saa na tie se mra bi wo ho saa dia ene na the reformation and rehabilitation agenda of the Ghana Prison Service won tete enipa o prison na prisons na be the obrone be ka say purely correctional institutions no ene na atonsuo if say botaya yamfa no secondary school no se wako prison aba ene na ye bisa Mijidi se nipa pi wo ha won so ebi a won paase won ayisu prison centers e de choro nso hwe na omunya sukuu mu kwan efri se won akọ prison aba na ye nyina ye complaini eso bi frifia ase ba na ye tenetene ye nsa won so se wode ne ye hwe a enye yie obi frifia ase ba de na onka nipa ho na se ye nuanom frifia ase ba na ye tenetene ye nsa won so de a ene na ye boa mo se won san kodi bone won san metete yen na ye nua de oba ye wo se meko suku e ma de tete ye kra ne se wo so wanye suku mu kwan a obeku no ho enti bone a waya ne se wakọ efiase na wakosua enwoma na we ye question a ye bisa Ministry of Education ye bisa Attorney General's Department because omona emra no won enimu na ensem bi sei no otia na yes Ghana is a beacon of democracy, champion of human rights ne de keka ho a na sebe o ye build the society a etwe enipa eba fom wo hwe abranti results chese waya ade ama na bro so efri se wo prison na 4:30 esese oda ya bo adoma no esese wo koda na ono akoda ohyiwmu ya hyehye nipa te se sadin na osi we nyina achi mesua ade na akoba ne sei na reformation na esi reform yenu ana ma mo prison me gidi se sa na tie dia na ye prison officers na ye ma oma djuma ayeden asema kan ya eto akoma so kra ne se inmates na be teachers prison officers no hwe ohawa wo mokom no wo mo asada no wo mo hu teacher fo no mo kira de na products a ebe pie a free prison school no mo no won timinya ba ebe nko e ade a eye ahomete ibejina akwanya we so na yasre aban sa abu safieno asemi wonye bibi emfa ho yenya public discourse on won a won apie afri fiase na won pese won de won abrabo ye bibi na aban na ukoda prison a oyi sika 180 pesos e de to aduane ma odi hwew na enhyehyɛ papa prison service for e de agudwa so ama nipa won tesa no won so ebenya mfaso no mo abe contribute to the development of the country na mu pie ba na se wakosua nwoma na se oman ne se debida enya dia we ebe mo wakosuku enti sa na tie dia koloro kwa ho na ko wiwi ade dia ene na ye koye ana se ye bai ye be sha ban se sa se bi won hwehwem yanso betu anamo na yakọ Ministry of Interior na yakobisa ensem bi kakra yakọ Attorney General's Department yakọ Social Welfare if sinka prisoners pia aftercare no eye won na ye won asede by law ese enipa won te se safia no no won ebehwe se won abraba ye yie na Ghana ayeye ejidi se yenuanam amotie yen a mo nso mo frifi ase aba asafia no asemi atom no mo nyina mo beba manim na mo de masem mama Ghana atemasem na de sese aban eye no oye bibi fa ye beba na ya bepe enchirechire mo abu safia no sese ede na afese aban eye
de mesi Ghana ba on se na daruma omwa me na mitimi nya me school mu kwan na mitimi ko school se me da dwi na ne se Me Safian, me ba be nurse e wo me fio ti na da ro ma omo am.
Professor we nurse. No ane ejuma person we. Da e ka sure say yem fa wa upie ba ya na aye secondary school headmaster no. Ene o mama ke kan o mo hwe w'anim sa. I actually catch us a young farmer. I didn't agree about him. Yes, it is a super cool. I didn't.
It's an amiraho. It's a move in some do an amity. Some living young to one will be our cool school, your own school for you. To no cool quite man or Baba 2 penny fear. Said on found your tree. Or who crown or catch now. Ada no feel be by hours in the side. Osene sad ni sad di wo dia to dem oba ni wo minya keto aba wo awunia minya keto ti no pa che se ase ne che ase ne se indirectly no na wo fi nti no pelo che de wo na free prison aba nti wo no afasade me ya me reho pa fiti wala ngana me shele hu de me ya me fi se na o mama me reho di ya wo me too much.
Yo. Etifo aha na yede yon komodie no ebesi na em say medical cancer bebre crime check foundation ye pushi for the passage of non-custodial sentencing bill into law. Ya ka ho asema ka ya rehosem ese enne we free prison and we call commit petty offense bi na ye say ko efiase na ko ka ho na ho nyema na rashes mu ho nyina na aban san yi sika infanto edru omra ye gotem bon betima mo madro betima mo maye adwuma nim China fo amaman ahoro won enipa dibone a won de omo etu kwan koye adwuma ama oman no enya mfaso no ya hade se de be ye ka no ye warehouse prisoners na ye gatesimu eye ohawo amania emene yen eguso emene yen eya tsema eya reho na nadie de ye pese ye hu de ntia obeko prison school na wapie na aban se menkasa aban ese yenim ebia na emra bia ni ho a e kire se nipa sense so omonye school na headmaster bi se da bi untimi nko school senye headmaster no so yepesi ebisa se the medical aka no emra bi wo hosa na se emra bi ni hosa na headmaster na no share da so onfa no if so wakofia se abade a ene na watieti abranti ne fa hodi so na se emra no se obrene beka se eteki ne course yeda mo nyina se da se ne se nyankopon ma ho kwan a ebesan aba mo change yeda mas
twana mo wenu mi Masaka Aswadi ami enyina Nsamoni ami di enyina Oh Naboni ami enyina Nsamoni ami di enyina Mehunya mintino
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational. But that's the beauty of the game.
I know bra. Today you deny funny face. It's not my bra. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier.
By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
The so-called investment that people say we are not investing, you've come and seen with your eyes the investment that has gone on. The wires would come here to improve the supply situation in parts of Accra, to strengthen the system. Where we are standing is an ECG substation, where they have even done the works already for 330 kV or 330 kV lines from here to Kumasi, the second phase of the project. So the project is ongoing, we haven't stopped, and I'll still plead with Ghanaians to bear with us, that the outages that are happening are outages that are demonstrating that we are doing the work to prevent those outages. It's not outages that we are overlooking. And like the ECGMG said, there's going to be a load rationing when they are actually living this station. We hope everybody bears with us. This is not the whole national electricity outage system or timetable for the whole country. It's timetable for those parts of Accra and its environments that are going to be affected. And we hope that you bear with us. We are putting in the necessary investments and resources to be able to give Accra the needed voltages that the people can accommodate. Accra 1950, Accra 1960, 70, 80, 90. It's not Accra 2020. The population has more than quadrupled, but we still have to put in the investment to let me and you enjoy the electricity we so love. Without energy, there's no national development.
There was the need to build this box supply point, and when the MIDA compact started, they were very generous to us and they decided to help us to build this box supply point, which is the fourth, but in actual fact, the fifth that we are building, to take some of the load from all the other box supply points, because Accra is growing. The substations in Accra do not supply only Accra per se. They supply all the way to Akropong, all the way to Nsawam, to Weja, Kaswa, and the rest. So that is why we are having this, in order to take some of the load from the existing box supply points. So now Accra alone would have about 5 box supply points. As I said, when I joined in 1987, the total load was about 100 megawatts, but as we speak now, the load is in excess of 800 megawatts, which is more than a quarter of what is generated for the whole of Ghana. Accra alone is consuming more than 25% of the load that is being, of the energy that is being generated for the whole of Ghana. That is why we are here today to look at this project and see the impact that it is going to have on the supply. As I said, because the other substations are overloaded, sometimes you need to take some of the people off in order not to destroy some of the equipment. But we believe that when this project is completed, it's going to be a thing of the past. Everybody in Accra and the surrounding areas is going to have energy or power to do whatever they want to do.
The load management that will come as a result of the commissioning process is going to start from 10th May. That is next month, 10th of May. And it will last for 1 week. So from the 10th to the 17th of May, 2021. The areas to be affected will be areas around Malam, Dansoma, Kaneshi. Our customers will suffer a little inconvenience. We will try and manage it so that we don't put them off for too long. This is not it is not a normal outage. You know, normally when we carry out maintenance activities on our lines, we need to shut down the line to be able to do the work, and that results in outages from time to time. But this is because of the commissioning process of this BSP. And so it is new. It is not the normal outage that we experience.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb's road safety campaign, we are here to speak with the Director in charge of Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department under the Ghana Police Service. He's in the person of Superintendent Alexander Obeng. Mr. Obeng, thank you for speaking with us and for this entire partnership. But basically tell us, what at all does the MTTD do? What's the institution about?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity that has been established so strong between GhanaWeb as part of your 22-year anniversary in existence and Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service, which has been here since 1952 as a result of the road safety problem that our forebears envisaged in terms of vehicle ownership, vehicle use by motorists and vehicle occupants and pedestrians, which enjoin every country, including the then Gokos and now Ghana, to come up with countermeasures, including safer road safety management systems, safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and come up with certain health care measures and some sort of enforcement, which always results in passing of road traffic laws and regulations, which was done. And when that law was passed in 1952, Road Traffic Ordinance number 55, it imposed a public health and public safety responsibilities on Ghana, and the then administration handed same to the Interior Ministry and to the Ghana Police Force now service to collaborate with other stakeholders, now even with GhanaWeb, among other myriad of stakeholders, including National Road Safety Authority, the then Road Safety Committee, now Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, then VELD, among others, in order to ensure that public health and safety measures are improved upon, so that there will be maximized mobility with less risk of injury or death. Sure. And over time, we've been able to evolve from 1952 with the clear mandate to ensure that we enforce the road laws, ensure that vehicle owners are forthcoming with their responsibility towards vehicle maintenance and servicing and who to give to. We enforce to ensure that those who are handed with vehicles ensure that their vehicles are registered, their vehicles are given licenses to be on the road, like roadworthy, and they are also issued with valid insurance certificates and are embossed with vehicle registration numbers, and the drivers are trained and issued with appropriate, valid, authentic driver licenses, and we are out there to ensure that drivers comply with the best practice in terms of using their licenses to drive, in terms of their speeding behaviors, where to stop, how to follow, where to overtake, what to do when your vehicle get broken down. Our issues, among others, that we ensure that drivers are forthcoming, and even in terms of vehicle occupants, we ensure that they are on their restraint devices like seatbelts, and those riders, both the driver and the rider, are also on their crash helmets, and all that it takes to also ensure that pedestrians also walk along the road on the left and then cross the road appropriately at safe crossing point are some of the responsibilities that are imposed on us, which we do every day. And also, in addition of ensuring that people comply, we detect an increased sense of apprehension among those who violate same. And those who violate it are arrested, processed, and put before court of competent jurisdictions. And at the end of the day, for example, as I have on my data, those that are convicted, same are published. And I can say that from January to November, February this year, 423 Ghanaians have been put before motor courts for various offences. In the process, the court has been able to adjudicate to finality and convicted 362 offenders, and 2 have been jailed, and the remaining, the court imposed court fines, summing up to 205,190 Ghana cedis, and same have been paid into the state coffers by these convicts.
This amount is for which people? Which people have paid this amount?
Those who were the 362
who were convicted.
Yes, who were convicted. The conviction somewhere was sentenced to prison. 2. The rest, fines were imposed on them, and I'll give you that. And I'm saying that this is part of our what we do. We go beyond that. We use this same to sensitize the general public and share data on accidents, because we respond to accident scenes and investigate and produce appropriate information to appropriate entities, including the courts and the insurance entities. And we do it on a daily basis. And we also collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that our work remains beneficial in terms of information sharing and capacity building, training, sensitization, publicity, so that where crashes are occurring, for example, we don't keep it in our books. We, on our feet, for example, this year, we will not wait till the end of the quarter. We will, as and when, cumulatively, will make the occurrences that are impacting on public health and safety available for people to also take safe remedial measures as individuals and as groups to protect themselves before the worst happens. Therefore, I'm not surprised that between January and February, what happened and what we shared, the general public and our publics are positively responding to it, and has also become part of our public discourse in terms of what to do in order to avert the seemingly increasing crash incidents and associated high deaths and morbidity, and then damage to property report that we've shared. So these, among other responsibilities or tasks that are imposed on us, and we do it to the best of our ability, given the available resources and the efforts on our part.
Okay. about that, you put out some statistics for just January and February, and it was very scary. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the first quarter, and we have about 517 people getting killed in road accidents. I mean, with everything that your department has been doing so far, why is it that this year alone, before the first quarter even draws to a close, we've recorded this high number of casualties?
I think first of all, we should be very careful when we begin to use the word surprise, because when you look into the current recommended steps from 2020 to 2030 within the strategic development goals, that we call it sustainable development goals by the UN, particularly goal 3.6 and 11.2, which relates to public health and safety road crashes. And you look at the solution toolbox principle, which has to do with the safe system approach, which seeks to Vision Zero, that we should apply system so that human, environment, or road infrastructure and vehicles should interact in a way that will ensure high level of safety. And the principle that is espouses, one is that we should ensure that we pursue a commitment to proactive improvement of roads and vehicles so that the entire road safety system is made safer than just locations or situations where crash or crashes last occurred. So if you are not careful and you begin to say, oh, currently the crashes are surging, you will be making a mistake. And if you look at the wide spectrum, and you look at what happened last year, you should have noted a trend. And you ask yourself, what have we done as a society? Because last year, from January to December, compared with the same period the year before, which was 2019, you saw that all indicators were surging. So crashes have increased by 7.27.
7.27.
Yes. And vehicles that were involved in the crashes have increased by 10.37%. And persons that have been injured also increased by 13.45%. And persons that have been killed also increased by 13.35%. And when you look at January to February, as you already said, you see that crashes that are reported that increased by about 7%. As now, it's now the rate is now 11.21%.
For just January?
Yes, so that now from last year we've seen it is moving. And you see that vehicles have also increased by 9.04%, vehicles involved. And now we have persons that have been injured increasing by 7.25%. And persons that have been killed increased by 31.55%.
Wow,
and so if you look at it this way, you will see that it seems to be undulating increases. However, it is increasing since last year. since
consistent
2019.
rise.
It seems to be an increasing trend. And if it's in an overview, it is increasing this year. And that's what I'm saying. Therefore, what are we doing it right? And that is where the discourse should be. Can it be business as usual? And therefore, we have to look at our solution toolbox and see what is wrong elsewhere. Or is it that we have been slow in our responses and countermeasures? That's why the system has caught up with us, and we seem not to have our way clear.
From where you sit, when you put into perspective all these things, what has your observation been?
My observation has been that when you look at the principle that is underlying our road safety management, we seem to be off the track.
When you say off the track, how do you mean?
I mean, see, if you are operating a road safety system that will not recognize or anticipate and accommodate human errors and prevent consequent death or serious injury, you are bound to fail. I'm emphasizing again. If you are operating a road safety management system in this world, in any country, that will or that has its transport system does not anticipate and accommodate human errors, it will be difficult to promote safety. And that is what we are confronted with. That our safe system approach has failed. We are not keeping to the principle that has been so documented and handed to members countries of United Nations.
Okay.
And that is why we should get back to the basis, so that, for example, for how long shall we sit down without preventing headlong collision involving high occupancy buses, articulated trucks, people running into broken down vehicles on our West African transit routes or international routes that traverse Ghana? The one from Elubu through Accra to Aflao, the one from Kwame Nkrumah Circle through Sawam, Nkoko, Kumasi, Swami Runabout, Offenso, Tachimai, Kintampo, Yipala, Tamale, Boga, and then Paga. For how long shall we see this corridor that so support our developmental efforts, enhance communication among Ghanaians and our foreign nationals and compatriots, and so allow it to be single carriage? For how long? For example, when we wake up and hear, and it has been a routine in our lifetime, that one collision, because a tire will burst, because one driver will unlawfully overtake at night, maybe driving fatigued, his vehicle might have broken down, and because it's loaded, cannot be pushed off, and it serves as trap, and people run into them and crash. How long shall we continue to go to such scenes and collect 65 dead bodies with half burnt? Sometimes on the N1, sometimes on the N6 and then the N10. Instances this year like Srichikura, the one that has happened at Achimasafu. Last year, we recall what happened in Babatukuma in Kintampo. We recall what happened in Dompasi. You recall what happened in Chichiwari. You know, all mirrored and many of these that are happening as a result of hell-long collusion. And a lot are dying, a lot are being charged. And we think the solution lies where? It lies in the fact that the safe system approach said that we should anticipate human error and ensure that such roads that are international, that passes through this republic, and we know them, at least two, Accra to Paga, Aflau to Edo. It is obvious that having run on it as single carriages have only become a death trap for us. And countries that during the same time that we're harboring these single carriages manage to invest in theirs and turn them into dual carriages. We don't hear of same. And there are thousands of vehicles that are on such routes, nocturnally and diurnally, and you don't hear of such. But on our roads, because we have allowed single carriage, it's obvious our report. And therefore, it is one area that this country must pay much attention to, not in the distant millennia now, in our present time, because whether we like it or not, these two roads are the roads that are fueling our economy. They are the roads that we are depending on this so much for, to the expectation from the report of GRA, of Custom Division, that Ghana had accrued so much from trade. It is because of these routes that are nerves, the nerve center for Tema Harbour and Takoradi Harbour. And it's the hope of blood artery that supplies the hearts of the economies of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Togo, Côte d'Ivoire, Chad, among other countries that depend on our ports and these routes for support. And this same route that many Ghanaians that are in Upper East, in North East, those that are in Northern region, Savannah, those that are in Ahafo, Bono, and Bono East, Ashanti, Eastern region, Accra, depend on for their essentials and their movement day and night. And the same route that gives us a bad report every day of mass death. Why? Because sections that are left single carriages are the very traps that are killing us. And we see it, and we give excuses that there's no money, and we give excuses that it will take such a long time before it is done, which is not so. That when we started today, by 3 years' time, you would have seen the effort that we have put in. It can never be that anybody is saying, do all roads, do all. That's not what we are saying. We said only 2 roads. Because those roads are very critical. It saves lives and it promotes the economy. And so this has been a challenge. Again, whilst we are rationalizing the fact that dualizing these 2 roads are difficult and can happen in a distant millennia, we have also refused in realizing that if you are building an economy with single carriage transit routes, then you must know to invest heavily in towing and recovery track system. Do we have it? We ask ourselves. Even that, do we have it? Can we boast of it? And we allow the road be littered with broken down, accidented vehicles, and it serves as traps for others, particularly nocturnally. These are matters that are critical. Again, in a country where you have such a poor public transport system, which is private-led, it smacks that over time you see others coming in with cheap alternatives, affordable alternatives, accessible alternatives. And I'm not surprised in our lifetime, because we have not been able to invest in mass transit bus systems, even in urban and peri-urban environment. What you see is that our hope and solace is found only in shamefully motor bicycles, motor tricycles, and we have given them nicknames, priding ourselves. Some call it Okada for the service it delivers. Some call it Abubuya. Some will call it Pragya. Some will call it Mahama Kandu or Kubu. In all this, if you look at the data, as I have it in front of me, last year, for example, with 2,589 that died, few motor bicycles or few motorcycles, 5,684 that got crashed, killed 1,056 out of the 2,589. It's continuing this year with the 517 dead. Few motorcycles, 974, have killed 222 out of it. And I'm telling you that these are where the main problems are. And therefore, even with these, you can now suggest solutions. Okay. So, these are clear indicators that if you don't, we are not able to hold it. Now, it looks as if with any 100 deaths, about 45 are attributed to motorcycle-related injury. Motorcycle-related injury are leading to these deaths. 100 deaths. Okay. 45. But these vehicles are few. But they deliver such essential services that Ghanaians decided to cling to it like flea for their livelihood and basic service delivery. So as a way forward, it should be a matter for national discourse. We should stop pretending that motorcycle is in the urban, at the heart of the CBDs. Motorcycles are within the metropolitan area, in municipal areas, and in peri-urban Ghana, and in the rural states, and in our farm states. Motorcycles seem to be the most common, affordable, accessible, and those that are pronouncedly used by Ghanaians.
But how can that be inculcated in our system, our road usage system?
No, nothing. That's what I'm saying. That we should have hands on deck, because we are overwhelmed, and this is everywhere, and everybody is using it, and it's affordable, and we seem to be a job, generating a machine to the youth who are also looking for job, and they think that they have gotten job. What do we do? Everywhere. And everybody is patronizing. And it seems to me that there is a gap there, a policy gap. It seems to me that there is a aloofness gap on the part of all of us, that as if it doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent Alexander Obeng.
Thank you
for this opportunity. This has been part of our conversation on the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Now, do send us some of your videos on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb. On Twitter, it's equally the GhanaWeb, and on YouTube, it's GhanaWeb TV. Do join us for our other interviews or interactions with some of our stakeholders.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I, Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 1, Ezra Mingle, in charge of rescue in the Ghana National Fire Service, endorse the Ghana Web Road Safety Campaign. Now, whenever an accident occurs, please remember to call the Ghana National Fire Service on the short code 192 or the general emergency line 112, or you can still call their direct line, which is 0302 772446. Anywhere you are within the country, when you call, the nearest station will come to you. Now, I will end by saying that do the right thing and save a life. Thank you very much.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
A few days ago, we had a discussion on the conviction of Akuapem Polo. She was set to undergo a pregnancy test, after which her sentence will be read to her. Now, the court has decided that she's going to spend 90 days in prison for sharing naked photos she took with her son on social media. We are seated to discuss this later. Amrado pulls a Wendy Shea on Kingdom FM. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Nenebi is a columnist. Like I say, Otonsase Ewada. Nene, welcome.
Thank you. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Vida Duchumwa Boatin is a columnist. Vida, welcome.
Last
Otonsase.
I don't want to be my.
Last time, I see a discover of PBMI. My name is Stone, and that's all. So on June 30, 2020, Akuapem Polo posted a naked photo of herself and the son to mark the 7th birthday. She received backlash from the public over the photo, forcing her to apologize in a video. But the Child Rights International Ghana, through its director Bright Appiah, filed a complaint at the Ghana Police Service to have her investigated and punished for posting the pictures. The case was referred to the Domestic Violence and Victim Support Unit, DOVSU, and subsequently to court. Now, in court, Polo, a single mother, initially pleaded not guilty, but changed her plea to guilty, which earned her a conviction on April 14, 2021. She was, however, asked to undergo a pregnancy test before the judgment was given. The test came out negative, and she was subsequently sentenced to 90 days in prison on Friday, April 16, 2021. The Lasika of Graphic Showbiz reports from the courtroom says the lawyer, Vosha, prayed the court to consider a non-custodial sentence because she's a breadwinner, taking care of her son, mother, and 2 nephews. She is a budding actress. Her career is at stake if given custodial sentence. She has never had issues with the law. She is into a lot of charity works. She had rendered public apology. She had deleted anything related to the post. She is from a poverty-stricken family. Custodial will inflict more punishment on the son, and she did not waste the court's time. The prosecutor and the lawyers also presented. The prosecutor also prayed the court to be lenient with the judgment, something that the judge was surprised and said prosecution also pleading. Lawyers who were not on the case but present for various reasons also stood up and prayed the court to temper justice with mercy. Now, what the court considered before the sentence was the seriousness of what she did, the gravity, the degree of the impact of her action, and what her lawyers wanted the court to consider. Why the court concluded on her punishment? Her action was premeditated one, prevalence of such crimes on the rise, and so the need to curb it, age of son and the trauma her action brings to the trauma the action brings or will bring to him. The court will put in effort to discontinue the increase of the showing of obscene materials, and also to warn others. So the effect of her action on the son and those who watched, according to the judge, as backed by law, is that she didn't respect the privacy of her son. She didn't respect his rights. She infringed on her son's dignity. She exploited and degraded her son. She exploited and degraded all those who came into contact with what she posted. She caused injury to the son, caused injury to the society, and she degraded society's dignity. So after the sentence, Akuafin Polo was whisked away in a taxi. Her lawyer, beg your pardon, has expressed disappointment. He says, although the client had a bad case, he was expecting a lesser punishment and that he will appeal.
Honestly, the judge is within her sentencing powers. She has the discretion. You know, I'm a bit disappointed anyway. That considering the mitigating factors that we canvassed for her being a first-time offender, a young offender, with a lot of responsibility, single mother, taking care of the son and the mother and the nephews. I mean, the court ought to have considered those things. But well, the judge is within her sentencing power, a fine and a maximum of 2 years and 90 days. She's within her powers, so we have nothing much to say against what she did. When we were at the case management conference stage, we evaluated all the evidence against the pictorial evidence and the witness statement, and we realized that we don't have a good case. So when the case goes to a full trial, the sentence will be harsher. Assuming we are going to the whole trial, maybe 2-3 months we are done, and she's found culpable, the punishment will be harsher than being a first-time offender pleading guilty simplicity. She did waste the court's time, energy of the court, whatever. In other words, a guilty plea, is much better than going to a full trial. Honestly, it's an option for us. And if you can see what I'm holding right now, it's an instant appeal. for me, I want to go for an appeal. I've written for the judgment. If I have it by the close of the day, by 9 a.m. on Monday, I'll file an appeal.
What are the arguments?
One of my mitigating factors is the doctrine of being a first offender. And the guilty plea, simplicity. You know, the authorities are clear on it. For example, a case of Frimpong alias Iboma versus the Republic, the Supreme Court was so assertive in that the first offenders must be given another chance in life. It must be dealt with leniently vis-a-vis a habitual offender. You know, and the Supreme Court being a higher court of judicature, the authority is bound on the trial judge here. But well, once he's within his sentencing guide, I think we have to take it in that light and see the way forward. I made the court aware that the remorse she has shown, pulling down the post she made, apologizing to the public. She's not a decent lady, dresses very well, both in and outside the court, and she, she has not posted anything, thereafter this incident. And then, I mean, the factors, the mitigating factors in her favor are so great than aggravating factors.
So that's the lawyer for actress Rosamond Brown, aka Ekuapem Polo. Let me get the reaction of my panelists. Let me begin with Vida.
Yeah.
And let me ask whether you were expecting anything different from the issue.
I wasn't. I mean, as grave as this situation is, I wasn't at all. And as you rightly said, it happened last year, June.
Mm.
I was one of the people who condemned that act in all terms, because I didn't see why a mother would go naked before a 7-year-old just to celebrate his birthday. And if you quite remember, when we started criticizing or speaking against that action, she did say that it was an artistic impression. And we all know that Ekuapem Polo always says that she doesn't speak good English.
Mm.
So I wondered where she got that term artistic impression from and whether or not she understood what it meant. And if it was an artistic impression, she said that she's apologizing to whoever feels offended to her creative way of celebrating her son's birthday. So even the apology video that we saw, I felt it was a conditional kind of apology. So we'll say kind of apology. It wasn't outright. So I didn't buy that. Aside that also, she put up a photo of Sierra, pregnant Sierra and the son, saying that, well, others are doing this and people are hailing them. She took inspiration sort of from this photograph to do what she did. In a way, justifying the action that you claim you are sorry for. Again, we saw Efia Odo coming out saying that she supports what Polo has done. You, Ekuapem Polo, came back to repost that statement from Efia Odo, saying that if the whole world is chastising you, you have somebody like Efia Odo who thinks in like manner. I mean, I'm not surprised. Efia Odo is virtually naked all the time around the capital. So
you don't do that to my girl.
I mean, I know how her body looks. I can even close my eyes and describe how her body looks like naked. When you see her with a plaster or anything covering the nipples, you thank God for that. These days, she bears it all out for us to see. And I know that you've seen a couple of them, so you agree with me. I mean, I think you have to take off your mask, so you agree with me. No, coming forward, I did a little research on kids, and I realized that we have child erection as well. I did say on TV the other time that I read that a 2-year-old could have an erection. And quickly somebody texted me whilst I was on live TV and said, well, my son is just a year old. And I didn't pijama him.
And here, John saw the early
then
morning erection.
They have a game that they play with that kind of erection. Whenever the child, 1-year-old, sees it, he screams and says, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, let it come down." And then the mother says that, or tapia, with towels. Then calm me down. So, who a capping polo if you had to strip naked in front of a boy over 7 years? I mean, the photographer is there, Obeka cat, move your body, move left side, go to the right side, and you're shaking this thing, and we all know that you have a very beautiful body. You're shaking this thing in front of this young man, and Akolano, why are you traumatized? I mean, when I saw the picture, you could tell that the boy is not happy. Because when a child of his age, when a child of his age is happy, or smiling from chin to chin, and you can see it, but you don't visualize that kind of excitement on the face of the child. So for me, I condemn this in all certainty. I just didn't like it. But I didn't know that she was going to go in for 3 months. I mean, I was told that the minimum or the maximum was 3 years.
Yeah.
So the
maximum
months,
could be 7 years.
But then
if
the
it was served concurrently for all the 3 offenses.
Yeah. So I feel that whatever decision the judge took was as a result of the reaction that she got from the public, especially the stars, when she was asked to go for a pregnancy test. I mean, that was it should tell you that she's going in already. Kwakese, are they insults upon insults, and then you tell her say you will do something, you are doing a doom. Oh my dream so koko in the free jail near her. You understand? So I call the clueless. The course were around or no say rap na emoji. Then appeared to some people bitter manner. He didn't seem to understand the cause because his post, he said, you are jailing somebody for a mere picture. I mean, that is not the case. This is not a mere picture. We're running home in front of a 7-year-old, and it has to be condemned in all terms. And I didn't quite get that. Now, there's this bit. DKB also said, Ade akwala no asuma yen say yen kana semamaya na. If you decide to take your own life, you can be arrested for that.
Sure.
Maybe they don't know. And once you live in a country, you know, so we don't need a child to come and complain to us that I really enjoyed watching my mom naked and you guys shouldn't take us to court because I want to see more of that.
Do you see it as a shared display of ignorance, or they are just being emotional?
Well, Asemaba, it was all BKB. That is how I saw it. Because if you really understand it from my standpoint and the law, the standpoint of the law, you wouldn't come out to do this. And it was like, Yebibina Kapin Polo who say, O support no, o don't know. What's my saying? And finally, they got Kapin Polo's attention because when she was doing her thank you video, she mentioned quite a number of celebrities who have supported her. And even that, and I didn't side with her to do that video because video say yeah be ne do akwakoto asem any picture yeah be. So once ya mo akoshe baby no remain there. Don't come out to do because video ni mono you could see say she was drained with emotions. Okoka ne yenka it could have triggered another thing.
All right, Nene. Were you expecting anything different?
No. For the obvious reason that you see, in Ghana is not a very litigious country, right? So people don't take cases to the courts as often. And the only way the court can define a crime or the Supreme Court can decide that this is the definition of a crime, there has to be a case in court, right? And the Supreme Court is the only court in Ghana that can define what a crime is and what constitutes any legal definition, right? There are books or there are acts or statutes that define crime. But as to the particular offenses that meet the requirement of that statute, it's usually the Supreme Court that will decide that, or maybe the court of competent jurisdiction, right? And so the Supreme Court in Ghana have not defined what is obscene material or what is pornography, right? So there is no legal definition of pornography in Ghana. So when a court is let me land. So when a court is making a decision on what is pornography, it is based mostly on the court or the judge's understanding of what the statute says. I'm saying this to say this. So I think in the US, the first case where the court tried to define pornography is a case called Jacob Billis versus Ohio, right? Where the US Supreme Court said, I want to quote verbatim what the judge said because it's very important to what I'm saying. The judge wrote this: I shall not today attempt to further define the kinds of material I understand to be embraced within the shorthand definition, and perhaps I could never succeed in intelligibly doing so, but I know it when I see it, and the motion picture involved in this case is not that. What the judge was trying to say is that he, the judge speaking at the time, cannot define what pornography is, but when he sees it, he sees it. That's the first time. And you know, in that case, there were 4 different opinions, all four different 9 judges in that case. And each judge in that case seemed to have a different definition of what they thought pornography is. So in that case, it became obvious that the court itself cannot define what is obscene material or pornography. Then another case came, which was the Miller case, Miller versus, I think, California, still in the US. And the US Supreme Court tried to define what is pornography. And the US Supreme Court gave some tests of what becomes pornography. And then the number 1 test is what we call community standard, that in each community, there are standards that the people in the community, so it's like the courts took the when I know it, I see it, when I see it, I know it definition, and put that definition to across the community. So now in each community, the community defines what is pornography, and then the material should have artistic, political, or scientific value. I think that what I've noticed from young Ghanaians on social media, our idea of what obscene material is different from what the older generation of Ghanaians think obscene material is. And in this particular case, the judge is trying to apply the community standard of what obscene material is. If I were the judge, or somebody in my class group put it there, if I were the judge, I probably wouldn't have found her guilty. By looking at what the community standard of Ghana's definition of obscene material is, I wasn't expecting her not to be found guilty. However, when it comes to the punishment, which is the main subject of discussion, if the maximum sentence for a crime is 3 years, and you are sentenced to 3 months, that means you are sentenced like, I was about to give percentage guess.
No, but it's 90 days, not 3 months.
90 days?
Yes, because you and I know there is a way the whole thing is being calculated.
Right. So 90 days. The 90 days out of the 3 years, it's a small percentage. So in my opinion, the judge was very lenient. And the plea of the prosecutor, the plea of the defense, and probably her guilty plea, because her plea initially was
not guilty.
Was not guilty in November. And I think is probably her lawyer noticed the posture of the judge and noticed that this is not a judge that is going to compromise on the conservative Ghanaians' definition of obscene material. So it will be in her interest to plead not guilty, at least so that it will be a mitigation tactic when it comes to sentencing her. And I think that, so that tactics will work for her, and then she probably will sit in jail for up to a month and a half by our everyday calculation, because the 90 days will be run down to, like, I think 12 hours a day.
Sure.
So about the child, people complaining that it's going to affect the child, but Ekapin Polo was in Nigeria like last month.
Yes, she's been outside the country for some time.
And I don't think she travels with her child.
Not that I know of. I can't say for a fact.
Yeah. I know that she doesn't travel with her child.
So your point is?
My point is, being away from the child one and a half months is not going to kill the child, because you have been away from the child for, I think there were a time when she traveled to either Europe or something, and she was away for some months. So I don't see it as being too harsh on a child.
Maybe the argument is that because of you, that is why your mother, so to speak, that's why your mother is in jail.
No, but then I think that, okay, so there is this book I read on phenomenon of crime, and they say most crimes are committed by young men under the age of 25. The average age that of people commit crimes are people under the age of 25. And one of the reasons why young men commit crime a lot is because most young men don't understand the concept of accountability. You think that when you beat your child, right, you are teaching your child that when you do something wrong, I'll beat you. But when the child comes to recognize beating as something that you do to them frequently, the beating no longer hold any effect on them. So the beating no longer becomes something that is accountability to them. You understand? So you have to, they say the best way to train a child to be accountable is by letting them see different forms of punishment for different crimes, so they understand that crimes have consequence or wrongs have consequence. So I think that the child is going to understand that you have your free will, yes, and I am a 100% advocate for free speech and free will. But then every action you take comes with a reaction or consequence.
Right. But I see a petition going around to get Ekuapem Polo released. Okay, Ukrade me Musa also was signing Biana because you support her sentence. But do you, what do you make of the petition?
I read it yesterday and I was disappointed with regards to the grammatical errors in the petition. I mean, she has a lawyer. If anything of that sort will come out, it should be sanctioned, I think, by the lawyer. And the language in there is not something that a lawyer will stamp it to come out. It's bad. Even the spacing within the writings is terrible. And this is something that is supposed to go before the president. I mean, so you have to take time, you know, to write it well before any consideration of such will come on. Now, with what Nenebi was saying, I don't know why people keep saying that how will the child survive without Ekuapem Polo? He's not an orphan. He has a father, he has grandparents. I think a few weeks or somewhere last year, I saw the father of the child in Ekuapem Polo's house and they were cooking together. I don't know why we haven't seen the guy come close this time, you know, to take care of the child.
I think they had some issues. The last Ekuapem Polo was talking about the fact that they settled their issue.
Yes.
Blah, blah, blah.
So if you have a petition like this going around, if you want to, you know, appeal to the emotions of several people to sign it, these are some of the things that you should show us. That, I mean, the child has a father, has a family that they are relying on, and that we also need the mother back to them. You understand? So if you want to appeal to somebody like me, I mean, these are the things that you should let me see. Because we keep saying that how can the child survive? But there are kids at the orphanage homes. I've heard stories of people saying...
But you agree with suggestions that the way the mother would have taken care of the kid, it's not the same as the orphanage home.
No, what do you mean by taking care of the kid? I mean, they eat, they play, they have rights to education and all that.
The motherly love.
There is, because they have like people who take care of them.
I think it takes some form of emotional stability from having your mother around.
That's what
I get it, but it's just for 90 days because your mom did something and she had to go through it. I mean, it depends on how they you know, speak to the child. And I also called on Dove Su that they should provide psychologists for the little boy. I mean, they shouldn't wait for Ghanaians to call on them. Just invite them in, speak to the guy, and let's see what happens. People are saying that it's embarrassing for the young boy to go to school because people will say your mother is in prison. I feel the most embarrassing thing would be the same classmates or the same students saying, I saw your mother naked on social media. I mean, you have to...
Was she naked?
She was.
In her statement,
okay,
she was.
At least here naked.
No, the
okay.
post she made.
She used, yeah.
I'm standing naked in front of you.
I think she was being figurative.
I mean, in court, you cannot do figurative. Uncle, me, figurative analysis, and come back to me and trim why it is an artistic impression. I like to read certain portions of the petition letter.
Yes, quick one.
Which I think it shouldn't be treated seriously because this is a joke of a petition in the first place.
Yeah, I didn't even talk about the petition letter.
The fans and lovers of Rosemond Brown ask with great reluctance and heavy heart. How can you ask something with great reluctance? If you are reluctant, stay at home. Don't come and write a letter.
I said, that's the best you.
Cheap, bro. I said, reluctance. You are asking with reluctance and with heavy heart that the trial passed on Rosemond Brown was capital and too much. And too much on the single mother. She is the breadwinner of her son and her family. It will be of much help to her son and family if the president may intervene in this petition to summon the courts.
On that note,
I mean, this is a joke. I don't see why any serious
if the president has to,
I don't see why any serious person will sign this. If you have a lawyer, now President Saman Court.
Let me say this.
What is this?
On the issue of her, I'll say so. Okay, so Obiano no kind of what say.
Regret.
Regrets.
Yeah.
Let me give you a case about. There's an issue that is a Ghana case.
Justice, do it under 1 minute.
Justice Crab, right, had a criminal case where somebody had killed their wife, and immediately after killing their wife, they were trying to go and commit suicide at a river in the village, and they were caught and were arraigned before the court. And he sentenced the person to life imprisonment because the person had pleaded guilty, right? However, and then he wrote a letter to the president, I think it was the Minister of Interior at the time, to free the man because the man's posture in the court when he was granting the sentence, he was more sad about losing his wife than he was about going to jail. And everything he said was about the effect of his act on his wife than on himself. That to him was a mark of somebody who had regretted their action and was ready to atone for it. That's why he petitioned the minister at the time for the person to be released from jail, right? Equiapin Polo, I haven't seen any action from her that could be construed as somebody who is regretful of their action and want to depart from their action in future. I mean, I'm a big fan of obscene material. If I see pornography online, I'll watch it. So I wouldn't want anything that, so I don't have a problem with anything she did or anything she will do in future.
Okay.
But there's nothing look like she regrets it.
Did you just say that on camera?
I did, yes.
Wow.
On the
Me patron fans of Polo say.
Yes.
She doesn't have to be in prison to correct her mistakes. That is in a letter. She has learned her lessons and promises to never repeat such acts. We seek for the president to intervene for Rosemond Brown. Who are you to tell the president, say, she doesn't
anybody can petition the president?
I mean, Debbie, but look at the language and look at the posture.
I know you have to the language, but
and look at the posture.
I take exception to you saying who are you.
Listen, let me land. I come to the president and tell him that I don't have to be poor. Give me money. You can't walk.
Every Ghanaian have the right to petition the president for anything.
I'm not disputing
the president doesn't have to grant it.
But what exactly?
Why would you say she doesn't need to be in prison? Who are you to say that?
That is the person's opinion.
In that case, then the prisons will not be built
the laws of the country. We have
when you say who are you to petition the president?
I'm saying that who are you to tell the president that you don't need to be in prison? That's what I'm saying.
That's what the person believes.
Oh, Masa.
I've said this several times. I don't think that prisons should even exist. I even put it on social media. I don't think prisons should even exist.
Let's take a break. When we return, we have an interview with lawyer Susu. We get the legal point of view and then we'll do analysis on that. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Now, we want to have this interview with lawyer Sosu to get the legal view of this issue. Lawyer, thank you for joining us on GhanaWeb TV's Bloggers Forum.
Well, thank you, and a very good afternoon to your cherished viewers. It's good to join and to contribute.
Right. So, how serious and injurious was Ekuapem Polo's conduct?
Well, just to give you a quick background, when you do a little bit of studies in sociology, particularly the jurisprudence of sociological school of thought of law, we say that man as an individual is a social animal, and there is no such thing called personality without interaction. When men begin to interact, they set what they call group shared expectations. These group shared expectations, when they are written, we call them laws. When they are not written in the cultural sense, we call them norms, or social norms, or laws, or folklore, and so on and so forth. Now, when our group shared expectation become codified, most often than not, it comes with sanctions. And that is generally from the sociological school of thought of law. That is the source of our criminal laws. So by our own arrangement, we have agreed on what conducts are acceptable, and then which conducts are unacceptable. And in our criminal law, that is the Criminal and Other Offences Act, Act 29, we have what we call generally body of laws that are known as offences against public morals or public morality. It includes indecent exposure, indecent assault, bestiality, unnatural carnal knowledge, publication of nudity, and publication of nudes, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, our sister Ekuapem Polo fell within the context of nudity and publication of obscene materials. And that set of laws generally are misdemeanors anyway. When they are misdemeanors, it means that the sanctions that come with them may range from a fine, custodial sentence, or both. And generally, when you have custodial sentence, it usually may last between either 6 months to 3 months to about 3 years. So these are the range of things, and then the background of the Criminal and Other Offences Law Act with regard to what happened to Ekuapem Polo.
Based on what the law says, and the arguments that were put forward by the prosecutor and the lawyer for the defendant, is one justified to say that the punishment meted out to her is harsh?
Well, my view is that the punishment is harsh and excessive. That is my view. Some may agree, some may disagree. And my reason for saying that it's harsh is that Ekuapem Polo readily admitted her offense. And anytime a person admits his or her guilt, it kind of affects the eventual sentence that is given. It is different if she has said she is not guilty, and then the state then has the burden of calling witness upon witness to prove the guilt of the accused person beyond all reasonable doubt. When the accused person admits her guilt, it also infers remorse on the part of the accused person, because anyone not remorseful will definitely not accept their guilt. So having been remorseful and having pleaded guilty, and between the time he was arrested, cautioned, charged, and placed before court till now, at least her conduct, her public conduct clearly shows that she's not somebody who is continuing in what others may describe as indecent exposure, and what the law actually now describes as nudity and all that. So for me, she has done enough to prove that she has changed her ways. And so if indeed the purpose of criminal justice is reforms and is to transform people, then by virtue of the arrest and even the arraignment before court, she had already transformed. There was no need, absolutely no need for custodial sentence under those circumstances.
Even when the judge said that the punishment or the jail term should run concurrently, because we understand that she could have decided that for publication you go for 90 days, for the domestic violence you go for 90 each. So you still think that the sentence is harsh?
Well, I mean, under the law, when 2 sentences are passed on a day like that, of course, if she hadn't said that they might be concurrent, it means that it would have been consecutive. In other ways, she would serve 90 days and serve another 90 days. My view really is that it's still harsh and excessive. And honestly speaking, I mean, their prisons are choked. And why do we send people there? We send them to reform, for them to reform. And so if the person has demonstrated that she's reformed, I don't think there was a need for custodial sentence. In fact, a fine would have served the same purpose anyway. So the reason for the judge is that it is prevalent. I mean, people are, continuing in that kind of conduct across the country because of abuse of social media space and so on and so forth, which I agree with the judge. However, my view is that the judge could have achieved the same goal by simply imposing a fine, and that would have still achieved the goal.
Maybe finally, before we let you go, there are some who are saying that the lawyer for Captain Polo did not help him. Did not help her. The argument is that you plead not guilty at the initial stage and now you come back and say you are guilty. Why would a lawyer do that?
It depends. I mean, no lawyer can compel a client to plead guilty. It actually means that there has been several conversations behind the scenes, and perhaps the client, Captain Polo herself, has admitted that she needed to just plead guilty and bring a closure to the matter. But most often, when people choose to plead guilty, it also presupposes that they are either some plea bargaining. You know, unfortunately, our jurisprudence do not have very clear provisions for plea bargaining. But I think that when somebody has pleaded not guilty and is going to take the state resources, time, effort to prove the guilt of the person, and the person chooses to change her plea, I think that the change of the plea must come with some very huge mitigation from the state also. It shouldn't be that the person changes her plea and yet the state is unwilling to, if you like, temper justice with mercy. And I think that this is one of those cases. I agree that the social media platform has been abused by many. And I agree that what Captain Polo did exposed the child to several dangers. And when you look at the Children's Act, Domestic Violence Act, the best interest and the welfare of the child was never served by that picture. It only served her artistic mind of telling a story of a mother and a child in a naked way, looking at each other and asking the child never to be ashamed of her and to always remember that, she is the mother. That was a beautiful story that Captain Polo told. And that picture told that story. Unfortunately, it did not protect the interests of the child under those circumstances. So my point is that by arresting the person, by cautioning the person, by charging the person, and placing the person before, in fact, arresting her, admitting her to bail, placing her before court for all this while, and for her to accept that, look, I'm willing to change my plea. I'm saying that the processes were themselves corrective. The processes were themselves, stressful to Captain Polo. She obviously, within that period, did not have the opportunity and the laxity to do all that she was doing again. So clearly, there was some form of reformation already as far as the processes are concerned. So my view is that after having found her guilty, a fine would have sufficed. And even if not a fine, then you are going to even add custodial sentence. Perhaps it be some 30 days or maybe some 15 days plus a fine or something would have still served the purpose. Indeed, if we were having alternative sentencing, this is one of the clear cases where we will advocate for alternative sentence. Because when you take her to prison, who takes care of the child? So, you are balancing all kinds of social interests. If she were just supposed to do some community service and get back, that would have served the purpose. Unfortunately, we don't have alternative sentencing regime, and we'll use this platform to advocate for the alternative sentencing opportunities for such petty crimes that could have been, sentences could have been served in other ways than custodial sentence.
Could her lawyer have done anything different, or could he have gone further to ensure that she doesn't receive the sentence that she had?
Well, the only thing that the lawyer can do now is to appeal, but I'm doubting, given how slow our processes are, whether it will be advisable for a 90 days sentence to be appealed and now maybe appealing against sentence. It won't be advisable. I think that if there should be anything, it should just be the general plea that everybody is calling on to see whether the president could have mercy. But I don't know whether under this circumstance, the prerogative of the president could be even extended to Captain Polo. I think that it was just an unfortunate situation. She probably will have to serve 90 days and come out renewed and rejuvenated to still move on with her life, knowing that you cannot be a star without a scar. And once you are a star and you are looking for the public space, some of these things become part of the challenges that you need to face and rise above them and still become relevant to your society.
Okay. Lawyer, thank you so much for speaking to us. I'm sure if there is some other thing we need for you to educate us on, we will be knocking at your door.
Thank you, and have a very pleasant afternoon.
Nene, let me get your view on lawyer's submission.
I've said it earlier that I don't think the judgment was harsh, especially in the context of what our statutes say about what a crime is. And she could have gone up to 7 years because I think one of the crimes attracts, I don't want to define them in particular because I might not. One of the crimes attracts 3 years maximum sentence, another attracts 2 years maximum sentence, another attracts 2 years maximum sentence. So if the court were to give her maximum sentence and then she was to serve them concurrently, that means that she would have been in jail for
270 days.
For 7 years.
For all the...
For 7 years. For 7 years. However, when she was sentenced for 90 days for each of the offenses, she could still have gone for 370 days if she was to serve it concurrently. However, the judge said she should serve it simultaneously, which means that she's been in for just 90 days prison time. So I think that is not too bad when you look at what the maximum sentence is. And it's very important to know that this was a circuit court case. You know, there are grades to crimes in Ghana. We have crimes, very small crimes go to the high court, go to the district court. Medium crimes go to the circuit court, and then very serious crimes go to the high court. And it's a circuit court. That means that it's considered to be a serious enough crime. So 90 days for a crime which is considered to be serious, it's not like some possession or using of marijuana be that you can take go for only 1 day. Yeah.
Why
Yeah, if you know Lawyer Susu, I mean, he's a human rights lawyer. He possibly, maybe if Polo had hired him as his lawyer, maybe she could have walked out with a non-custodial sentence, like they say. We are not lawyers, so we are learning from them. So I'm not surprised he says that this is harsh. I'm not surprised at all that he says that. But there's this bit about people saying that she's a single mother, I mean, there are lots of single mothers in the prisons. I know some people carry babies from homes to the prisons just for their mothers to be able to breastfeed them and bring them back. So we should just cease fire on that bit, because it looks like we are discriminating. If you are a superstar, the law should exclude you. If you are a commoner, you can go to jail for 7 years for just stealing a goat. So I don't know what Lawyer Susu can do for the fans of Polo to get their petition to go further where they want to go. If possible, he should rewrite it. Since he's so, emotional about the whole thing, he should rewrite the petition, and get serious minds to sign it so that they can push it further. But we wish Polo the best. I hope Reggie Rockstone will supply her with watching for the
Reggie was weeping.
Yeah, he should.
Yeah.
He should. I mean, her going there can be a blessing to the inmates, because for the next 90 days, they'll have visits from the superstars, they'll have good food to eat and all that. And I'm hoping that when she comes back, she will embark on a prison reformation project and and speak against these obscene materials that we put on. I mean, if she can capitalize on this very well, she will be a superstar after she comes out. Yeah, so I hope that she will embark on a prison reformation project, and all of us will support her. But for now, when
she will do it, I don't want her to speak against obscene materials. I won't hear me, but I want her to speak. If you speak on something, maybe sentencing, reform or criminal reform.
Listen, we cannot risk the life of the. I have something on my phone that I want to show you. There is now classes for manners. Look at this. People are charging 250 Ghana cedis to teach your children manners. And Titiana, your son, they say no. Obi my back to show that you have manners, you have to show your certificate, which is very bad. And then we have to talk about these obscene things. If you have admitted on camera that you like pornography, you know where to go.
When it comes to parenting,
we will not push obscene materials.
I'm not saying to push obscene materials.
You said that you like
pornography. I like it. I don't say you should push it.
Go to where you can find pornography. Wait until you see your own child naked and see if you enjoy those sites.
I don't have a child yet.
No. Oh, so other people's children should go astray.
No, when they are of age, they are of age. When they are kids, their parents should raise them well.
Okay, right. So these are the views of my panelists. Let's see what let's see what other Ghanaians have to say on this, and then we'll come back to do the discussion on Amrad.
I think the jail term that has been given to her, I think it's okay. It will serve as deterrence to other generations. As in we that we are young, we won't follow such things and do such, because we know if we do such things, maybe we would be jailed or something.
As we were there yesterday, the meeting a panicho. Where they are mining in our town. Said your year and 1 year about Mufantan. As a stiano, Yanina, they are 2 years in Miana. I say in social idea, my Nina. Obia, yes, I swear, Ebia, Omo, Omuyabi, Sistiano, Bia, Fantono, Mobia, and Yabi beside me. I was about on the dead in a yakono. Mamma, the other travel Friday, pa. Ube who said the Achabo Friday and your fate. Send your my jelly in a year. Uncle Cosin idea or bar on Chabo Frana de Papa. Oh, Jara Colano Jarin is separate, non soon Jarin is separate.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Who does that? And why should Sarkodie be the topic right now? And yes, I understand.
No, me person obey topic. But what I'm BBC sound is saying. Say give to me and how clear sir one man.
I don't want to talk about Sarkodie.
And do to me complete Sarkodie.
I don't want to talk about Sarkodie. Say nti dia no sorry ako. Na mo bomenyo no.
Really?
Yeah, that's.
Oh. Wow. Wow.
So you just saw Amrado walking out of the studios of Kingdom FM here in Accra. That's what happened. I mean, some time ago when Dishay did the same thing when she appeared on Accra FM, the presenter was asking her some questions she wasn't comfortable with, so she had to leave. The final part of this show, Bloggers Forum, we turn our focus on that. Nene, the submission on Amrado's incident.
I think my sister here will speak specifically to that issue. So let me speak to something else about Amrado, right?
Debbie. This one,
yeah.
Let me just clear mine so that he can do his.
What do you want to say about Amrado?
Probably there's somebody in the US called Amrado that he wants to compare to. Then that's why US analysis, right? So, Abrantipa, I think it was irritating watching that interview. I mean, we've said it time and time again because of Wendy Shea and the kiddies and the Dusty Are You Okay? We are tired of, you know, artists trying to get something out of walking out of studios as a media attention just because they walked out of interviews. Who a presenter, he kept on saying, I'm here to promote my song. Can we get to it? There's always this bit about, we can't have one rapper in Ghana. I mean, this Amrado guy brought up something that he does weekly as a recap of activities in the week called the Etinsem. And the lyrical dexterity, his choice of words, his flow, I have not seen any rapper do this in the last 20-25 years. And when all those things were coming out, nobody commended him especially for near all, you know.
Oh, we commended him.
I mean, these, a friend is saying, these presenters,
okay.
somehow or radio, so with the Kingdom, I haven't heard from.
Okay. So you are speaking
to the Kingdom issue. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any special edition done because they have a television station as well. Me who say be a free channel, then this guy comes to your station and you want to bug him with Sarkodie here, Sarkodie there. For me, it looks staged because you will be painting and when it's staged now, you can tell. It's staged.
Almost the same.
At the same time, there's a subtle voice that speaks to some presenters. Say, let us retire in penny for no, and to all push you to that bit. You know, if you're able to say, "Make me better than Sarkodie," then there's this Sarkodie ko baby and I'm not do crass or you're better. And after he says that, you know, a one year didn't Juma Papa why you never better to board, so they are compare Sarkodie and try to shove him away. I mean, it doesn't help. The guy is talented. Let's just hear him out.
Do we always have to walk out of the studio when we are being asked some of these questions that we are not comfortable? We keep on asking the presenter to move on to the next one, but he insists.
If the presenter is stubborn and you cannot continue, I mean, you just have to respectfully walk out of the station. But it can create a sour relationship between your brand and the station, though. But oh, yeah, you just have to get up and go. But if you feel you can endure it, or you can, unless answers why you can put up an interview that nobody enjoys, you'll be ignoring questions from left, right, center, and your fans who have followed you to that station might not enjoy you. And you know, there are some artists that people don't tend to like their music because of their style of responding to interviews in this country, and you might not want to fall a victim because Amrado is just getting started.
Okay, Nene. You say, what's it there now? Okay, so
Amrado was on TV yesterday with Jackie, right?
Yes.
So I want to do a little comparison between them for 30 seconds and then move on to. You see, there's something I've noticed about female artists in Ghana and male artists in Ghana.
He sets his own questions and he answers them.
What I noticed with female celebrities in Ghana and male celebrities in Ghana, generally speaking, let me say generally speaking for the specific example that I might bring up. Generally speaking, I think that women in Ghana, when they are doing interviews, the celebrities handle their interviews better than the male celebrities. The women tend to be able to give answers that are engaging or entertaining to watch, even if the answer you are looking for is not what they are giving you. For example, if you ask somebody like Jackie about who she's dating, I've heard her dodge that question several times. But the way she does it makes it engaging. And I'm saying this because I've done that observation for a very long time. I've written about this when I was a newspaper writer for a very long time, that male artists in Ghana tend to think that the only thing they need is the art. They don't need to sell themselves as personalities. And the females tend to focus more on selling the personalities than selling the arts or the talents.
On to Amrado. storming out of the studio.
So Amrado storming out of the studio was something that I thought is playing into a trend that if you are not comfortable with a question, you walk out knowing very well that it will go viral and people will talk about it. Of course, the interviewer interviewing him tried to also go viral by asking him about Sarkodie, knowing that any answer he gives about Sarkodie is going to go viral. So Amrado walking out gives the presenter what he's already looking for.
Mileage.
You understand? And I think that Amrado didn't need that because I don't think he have done the 18th this year.
He has done?
Has he done the
Yeah.
How long
last year?
This year?
I mean, this year. Last week, I mean.
Last week?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that the Yentinsem, I don't follow him on Twitter. I don't follow Amrado on Twitter. However, last year, anytime he put it out, there was buzz about it. And it was on my timeline every time. But I haven't seen it for some time now. So I'm thinking that he's thinking the buzz is going down. So he needs to do something to revive himself again. But you see, the point is, if you are a rapper or a music star, you shouldn't be competing with a Kapin Polo and Moesha Budong. I mean, they are my friends, I love them. But you shouldn't be competing with them because the best way to make money as an artist these days is by building a core audience. And the core audience are the people, you see, when you put out your thing, 7 one go viral, maybe some you get 100,000. But when it doesn't go viral, you get some 20,000. Those 20,000 are the people you should focus on. The people like me who don't follow you but see it on Twitter and go and watch it, once in a while you'll be able to convert us into fans. But you should focus on, every artist should read this book, The Purple Cow. There is no need to try to sell to the masses anymore. You should focus on selling to your core. And you shouldn't compete with people who have nothing to sell. When you have something to sell, you are considered to be one of the most talented rappers in Ghana currently. You understand? And you've been able to build a name for yourself based on the art. You should be able to sell yourself around that. You understand? J. Cole built a name around himself based on the art. And J. Cole, when he wants to do something controversial and go viral, he does it using the art. Maybe he did some Kanye West or some Nas and then go viral because you are a rapper. People should look out for the rap.
But I mean, this is a rapper going after rapper. In the case of being sitting in a radio interview,
going after being no, I'm talking about walking out of the studio.
Probably he
not
needs
going after a rapper.
Sarkodie's attention. I think
he says he has a relationship with Sarkodie.
I listened to
him
I mean, also.
Sarkodie featured him on the BB. So
I listened to Amrado on a sports show on Angel FM, and I asked myself, what is a rapper doing on a sports show?
Maybe he's a fan of sports.
And they were playing like back to back his music, and he was rapping like a usual thing that you see a drive time presenter do. And then I told myself, well, aside yet and Sam, if you ask me who Amrado is as an artist, I do not know. So probably someone has advised him that you need to push yourself, the personality out there, for people to be able to relate to a few other things about your craft. So somebody like that, you could tell that he's going from radio stations to radio station to, you know, build his fan base to.
And there's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yes. And so if he comes to you and you deny him that fact, I mean, because the before the class also it's me more ratings, and I can't pass so now to station and also more ratings. And either way, no, it's a win-win situation. And I even feel that presenter also quite a per mileage for himself, because now me name no. Now maybe a need a trust story and everybody need about better. So it's a whole confusing thing. Let us just stick to the craft and what you're giving us. Enough of this storm out, walk out, and all these things. It's just getting boring.
Now let's do the rap fans now. Keep feeding us the rap fans.
Okay, Nene, your 2 minutes. You said you have a special message.
Okay, so where's your camera? Speak to your camera.
Give him a camera. Focus on him.
You've forgotten the name of the person. You need to check.
This will Google.
Hey. Yeah, I need to Google.
Well, girlfriend, so I used to Google the answer.
Boy. Yeah, channel.
I wanted to say something.
You wanted.
Okay, it's past tense. Look, I
I want to say something.
So I should close my show.
So, okay, so last year I bought a guitar for the first time, and that's something I've always wanted to do, but never did, for no reason at all, because I met somebody I've always wanted to meet. I met my dream girl, and then she made me feel things I've always wanted to feel. And so buying the guitar was a way of telling myself that my dreams could come true. And so even though I've not yet learned how to play, I hope I'll be able to learn how to play very well and write you a song within a year. I promise that. However, I want to wish my hot chocolate a happy birthday, and maybe.
Is it cappuccino or what? Or this way chocolate drink? Which of the chocolates?
It's an inside joke.
Mention the name. Yeah, you want to wish your hot chocolate?
Yes, she knows I need to hear them.
The guitar, I thought it was a human being.
No. You know the guitar maker. And no. You know Nene is a poet, so all these things that
trying to read meanings into what I said.
All these things he said.
What are you trying to read meanings into what I said?
Please, if you
and play a woman
Nene is a poet. Now the guitar.
Mention her name. Mention her name.
The guitar is symbolism.
It's actually a human being.
Yeah. Yes.
It's a symbolism.
When you go to the market, just buy beats. Okay.
Yes. It's a poloic.
I heard this one before.
A poloic human being.
I heard this one before. A Spanish guitar.
That's how we end this episode of Bloggers Forum. Nene B is
it's in love.
Nene's wife or girlfriend. Girlfriend is celebrating her birthday. Happy birthday to her.
To hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate. He doesn't want to mention the name.
I can't. I don't want to.
He's ready to play the guitar that she has.
And when his heart is broken, we'll come and report it.
Oh, happy birthday will be awesome. I want to dedicate. That's her favorite song. Jackie's Forever.
What Danny DJ? By the Rich Boatin is a columnist, and so we are celebrating our 22nd anniversary. This I'll keep saying it. Let's reduce the rate of accidents on our roads. If you witness any incident that poses as a threat to the lives of people, film them, send them to us. Email is newswires@GhanaWeb.com, newswires@GhanaWeb.com. Let's get interactive on social media. Is at the GhanaWeb. Anniversary, the hashtag is GhanaWeb22. Yes, GhanaWeb then, now, later. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
In 2019, when we paid her a visit at her home in Westlands, her arms were in a sling. She could barely move them around, and she was actually getting ready for a surgery where a metal would be fixed in her arms. Today, it's fixed and she's much better. She's here to share her story with us today, again, because a lot more people are still suffering her fate. Our guest today on this edition of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign is Priscilla Planch. In 2019, you could barely do anything. Your mom and family were practically assisting
helping me with everything.
Yeah. How have you been since then?
Well, by God's grace, we were able to have the surgery. We were able to raise the funds for the surgery with your help. Thank you very much. And then we had the surgery in September 2019. it took some time for healing, but now I'm good by God's grace.
Okay.
98% excellent.
Okay, so say in 2019 you couldn't like, you had to basically be helped to wear your clothes, to move around. Now what extent are you like okay now when you say you're okay?
So the effects of the incident and the injury made me incapable of using my left hand. So I couldn't use my left. I couldn't do this. I couldn't. It was like broken. So it was in a sling and a POP and in a sling. But now, by God's grace, because of the implant, I suffered from radial palsy after the surgery. That means I lost control of my nerves.
Okay.
But with a lot of physio, now I can do this. But it just left a little for me to do this. But I can use my hand. I cook, I wash.
So like 80%, you're okay.
Yes.
That's really great to hear.
Thank you.
We just want to like do a little flashback of how the whole accident happened. It was in 2013.
Yes,
right?
2013.
So take us back. Just cast your mind back. What happened on that day in the Volta region?
Yeah. So I had just finished my degree at the University of Ghana, and I just landed an exciting job. And as part of my duties, I was supposed to travel around the country. So we started with the Volta region. We're on contract to distribute some items, and I was in charge of the project. So it was very tiring because we'll travel, distribute, settle. So on one of the journeys, when we reached Peve Mountain, our driver lost control of the car, and we just drove like almost entering the valley. So it was just a tree stump that blocked the car, and I was at the front seat. So the impact of the tree stump in the car is what caused the injury. My left hand got broken, my left leg also got broken. Yes, and initially we thought we were going to just fix a POP and we are done. But we went to St. Joseph's. I was taken to Chafaga, that's in the Volta in Ho, and then I was told that my injuries were too complicated. So I was transferred to St. Joseph's in Koforidua Eastern region the next day, where they did the first day. They did the first surgery on my arm and first surgery on my leg, and there were complications still after. So they did another one on my leg and a second one on my arm. So that was 4 surgeries. After that, there were still complications in my arm. The injury to my arm was in the distal part, that is the ending, getting to the elbow. And it wasn't a clean break. It was like a complicated break in many places. So they were having issues fixing it. So at St. Joseph's, I had 4 surgeries. And then I was able to manage for a while. After that, I was transferred back to Accra. I was home. But there were still complications because my arm developed a false joint, meaning that the healing hadn't gone on so well. So some tissue had formed in between the bones that were broken. So you see, I moved my hand, and instead of my elbow, there's another joint moving. So we had a 3rd surgery at Kolebu. So in all, that was the 5th surgery. So that was the 3rd surgery on my arm, or the 1st surgery at Kolebu. And that was that was around 2015. And then getting through to 2016, the latter part of the year in 2015. That was the 1st surgery at Kolebu. And I was okay from then. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. 2019 was just like it happened again. I was there and I felt a very sharp pain in my arm. And I noticed something was not okay because I couldn't move my hand at all. So my mother rushed me to Akai House, where we did an x-ray, and it came out that the implants that was fixed in my arm, that was keeping my bones together, had broken. Some screws had come off and it was broken. So that's what led me to find ways and then go do a surgery in South Africa.
That was the 6th surgery.
That was the 6th surgery on my body and the 4th surgery on my arm. Yes, I mean the whole process, for the first 4 surgeries, I was in the hospital for close to a year. So it also was practically my home. I had a lot of support from friends, family, from my church. then, Redeemed Baptist Church, for my friends from school. It wasn't easy. Psychologically itself, it was not easy because
I can imagine.
Yeah, walking one day in your heels, feeling all awesome. The wind is blowing your hair. And then next year you are using crutches. I used crutches for 2 years.
Wow.
It was very, very, I don't know what word to use, but it was a whole different experience. A humbling experience, yes. And I learned a lot. I mean, through that, there were positive things that came out. Because I started an NGO to help people. And then right now, I'm not using crutches. I'm very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that whole experience was that it was just because of a mistake that we made.
Okay, talking about a mistake, you mentioned that the driver veered off the road.
Yes.
Was it that he was overspeeding? What exactly was it? What caused that accident?
So, let me just put it plainly. He dozed off.
Wow.
We were traveling at dawn. We left home at about 2 something. The accident occurred around 3 a.m. So he was very tired from the previous night. But he didn't communicate that. He was very okay that he could drive. So I'm saying it was a mistake because maybe if we had insisted that, oh, you may be tired, so let's leave later in the morning, maybe some things could have been
averted.
Yes, averted. But he dozed off. So what happened was, the Cover Mountain meanders is not a straight, so it's like you're climbing like that, like that. So when he was about to come out of the mountain to enter into the township, I think there was a car coming. So the car flashed its lights, so it woke him up. So out of the confusion, he veered off, lost control. And there were things in the car. So the car was a bit heavy. So when he lost control, there was nothing he could do about it. So then the car entered.
But you were not sleeping.
Honestly, I actually did doze off, to be honest, because I was tired myself and I had been woken up.
It was a car full of tired people.
I know, right? It was a car full of tired people. And I was awake at the front seat. I think I dozed off just about 2 minutes into the whole thing happening, because when I looked at where I last saw and then where it happened, you could tell it wasn't even 100 meters. It was just like a very short distance.
So what was your initial reaction when you saw the car veering off? What was it like in your head?
So I didn't see the car veering off. All I saw was, okay, this might sound funny, but you see how in the cartoons there's like slow motion and like things are flying? It was literally like that. I woke up seeing myself in the air, seeing pieces of glasses around me, and then and then I blacked out. So I blacked out, and then I woke up to one of my colleagues screaming, "Jesus, Jesus, Jesus." And I woke up and I was like, what is going on? When I woke up, I didn't know that my hand was broken and my leg was broken. So I woke up and the driver was running up and down, making go for a bow. And I was like, so I was trying to like understand what was
figure
happening.
out what was happening.
Then I was like, oh, let me try and come up. You see, to me, I had raised my hand, but my hand was still dangling. So I was like, oh, my hand is broken. And the pain didn't come then because I was now realizing what had happened. Then I looked out and realized that if I was trying to come out, but then this is me and this is literally the valley. So if I push myself out, I'm going to roll and I can't even see the end of the valley. And then suddenly, then I still didn't know my leg was broken.
Okay.
So I actually started panicking. So the first point of call was to Jesus. I just started praying. And I think that is what helped me, because after praying, then I felt a bit calm. Then I see if it wasn't enough, the battery of the car also caught fire.
Wow.
So here we are trapped, 3 a.m. in the morning. The driver is really confused. Another colleague is injured. The last colleague is just so confused as well. In a zone with no people, nobody is coming to our aid, and our car has caught fire. So I'm like, wow, am I coming to burn here? So I prayed again. The driver then gathered kukudro.
Some courage. He gathered some courage.
And then came, like the battery was what was catching fire. So he removed the plugs and carried the battery out. So that stopped the fire. And then shortly after that, I mean, I had no measure of time then, but I know that shortly after that, a bus of a Kufuor bus with traders that was heading to who
Got
stopped.
to the scene. Okay.
And then people came. So in carrying me out, that was when I noticed that my leg was my left thigh was broken because they tried moving me and then it wasn't
going
at all.
So how did you eventually come out of the car?
They carried me out. They carried away about 3 or 4 men. The whole thing as it was happening, it felt like a dream. They carried me out, and then there was no ambulance. So it was a police car. So you can imagine your hand is broken, your leg is broken, and any little movement is unbearable pain.
Yeah.
And they put you behind the back seat of a pickup, which is moving in an area with the worst roads that you could ever imagine. And you don't have a choice. So
was anybody else in the car hurt? Was
yes.
the driver hurt?
No.
The driver wasn't hurt?
No, not at all. He wasn't, not a scratch.
Okay, so how many of you in the car were
injured?
Were injured.
2 of us. The person sitting, so it looks like those on my side got injured, and those on the driver's side were very safe. So the guy behind me also had, I think the impact was so strong that after me it hit him. So his left leg also got, I think, really injured. His was an open cut. His left leg was really injured. And he was trapped in the car when it happened. So they had to bring some things to cut him out.
But have you heard from him after?
Oh, yes,
okay?
yes. He also had to go through a surgery. After the surgery, it wasn't an easy time for any of us, you know. After his surgery, it took some healing, and then he was okay. So it was just a one-time surgery. Yes.
I'm just wondering. Now you have a metal in your left arm.
In my left leg.
Left leg.
So yes. So there's one from here to here, and then there's a couple in there.
Wait, you have metals in your leg and your arm.
In my arm. Yeah.
How does that feel like? How is it like just like, does it feel like what it was before the accident, or is it any different?
Well, honestly, I don't remember how it felt like to not have implants, because
it's been a very long time.
It's been a very long time, and it's painful, you know,
to even think about it.
Yeah, no, I mean, for the psychological process, I think that by God's grace, I've been helped, so I'm better.
Okay.
I've come to a point of acceptance that this is my situation, and I have to make the best out of it. My leg, it hurts when I walk for too long. Yes, the top part, this side.
Okay.
It hurts, and I used to run. I used to go to the gym, run and all that. Now I'm very limited. When I'm exercising, I don't run. I walk fast, or I just walk normally. I can't jog or run fast. And yes, I can't walk for longer periods. When the weather is really cold, it affects me. When I'm stressed, it affects me. It hurts. Same with the hand. And the hand too, I'm not allowed to lift anything heavier than a cup of tea.
Wow.
So if I'm lifting something, my husband helps me at home. If it's something, even with washing of bowls, you see when you cook and then the under is, so those ones like this,
anything that stresses your
so he has to help me, and then help me. He helps me with the hard bowls. If there's anything that has to be carried, I don't do it. I wait for him to come, and then he does it. For washing.
For
washing too, I have help in washing. The light things I'm able to wash, but the heavier things, we use a machine or we have help to wash. Yeah.
This is like just on the side. You're a lady. I know ladies are fashionable and all. Are you able to wear heels with your leg and the metal in your leg?
Yes, I'm able to wear heels. But those days it used to be 6 inches, but now, girl, just 2 or 3 inches is fine. Go. Because what if you make a mistake and you fall down?
Slip.
You can't slip and fall. If you slip and fall and you fall on your hand, that's another complication. I'm talking about another 100,000 Ghana cedis. Where are you going to get that from? So I only wear heels when it's very necessary. And even that, I'm very careful. And immediately I'm done with whatever function, I have my lawyer, which is my slippers in my bag. I change. No stress at all.
Way to go. So, I mean, like a lot of people every day, the statistics are crazy. So many people, even from January to March, like about 700 people are already dead. Dead. Not talking about injury. And so, like every day, people go through accidents. What do you think is wrong with the system?
Wow, that's a deep question because there's a lot of things wrong. It's both on the side of leadership, as in those who are responsible for our roads, and also some come from us. From us, the carelessness, our inability to pay attention to the simple rules that will save us on the street. When I was coming like this, one motorcycle crossed us. And the taxi driver was really upset. And I remember that when I was at St. Joseph's, when you go to the male ward, about 80% of the guys there are there because of motor accidents. Their legs have been amputated. So from that angle, I think that we the citizens really need to be cautious and careful and attentive, whether you're a pedestrian, whether you are a driver in terms of motorcycle or even your own car or whichever. You have to be really careful, pay attention. Don't be in a hurry, don't rush. And when you're tired, don't drive. When you're tired, just park. If it's 10 minutes, park and then just sleep. And then also, I think that the road signs, there are some places that don't have road signs. For instance, our side, Adara was dozing off. But if he wasn't, he could have known that, okay, this is a sharp turn, I have to be careful. So that could have also prevented something. And then also, the Department of Urban Roads, we are humbly appealing to them. Our road system is nothing to write home about. Even in Accra, which is supposed to be the capital of like the whole country, the roads here are deplorable. I mean, like even if they fix it, it's not with the right material. So over a couple of months, it rains and then everything just starts going off. We talk about it in our homes, we complain, but we don't know who hears us. Our roads need to be looked at. Maintenance has to be done. It's not about fixing the road, maintaining the road. So, I mean, in my humble opinion, I think that we are all stakeholders. Exactly. We the people who are using the road, and then those who actually make the road for us to use. For this to end, both parties have to do our part. Yes, we both have to do our part.
I think you said it all. I was actually going to ask you what you think the solutions are, but you said everything in one. And for you to go back to this whole conversation, I'm sure it took a lot, and we appreciate the time, and we appreciate you sharing your experience all over again with us.
Welcome.
Thank you, Priscilla.
Welcome
for coming to share your story.
Welcome, and thank you for having me.
Right.
I appreciate.
And so that has been another edition of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Priscilla Akle Plange has been sharing her story, and you heard all about it. She has also said in her opinion what she thinks we as citizens and stakeholders and authorities can do on their part to curb this canker of road accidents on Ghana's roads. It takes you and I to make this work. Meanwhile, you can also join the conversation and check us out on YouTube at GhanaWeb TV and all our social media platforms at the GhanaWeb, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Until then, you can also join us by sharing some videos about what is happening in your area, sports, street lights, or the absence of those, potholes, and many other things you see around us. Just send them to our WhatsApp numbers as you see on the screen. My name is Wanda Amihegan, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Ghana's press freedom has been called into question over time due to past antecedents between the country's security apparatus and media persons. So don't say it loud. We speak to a victim of one such incident who tell us what his experience was and the way forward. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. When we return from the break, I introduce our guests. Do stay. Welcome back. So our guest today is the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's going to be telling us everything we need to know on this episode or on this edition. David.
All right.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Lord. Hope everything's fine.
Everything is great. So in October last year, you were picked up by the police over a story that you published. In less than 6 months on, you were back in their grips again. What's your deal with the police? Why are you always getting arrested?
Well, I'm sure you know the work we do. The work we do is purely investigative most of the time.
Okay.
And when you are doing investigative stories, it means you are digging down somebody's dirty clothes. And usually you wouldn't have people comfortable with that. And usually has to do with state actors. So people usually find it intolerable to when their dark places are being open for scrutiny, and I believe that perhaps is the case of the WhatsApp News. But I mean, I say that some of the issues, the 2 issues for which I was arrested. I mean, the October one and the current one, last 2 weeks one.
Yeah.
I found it unnecessary the way the police came in to use state powers in arresting me.
Okay. About that, what exactly? I'm talking about the recent one. What exactly? What was your offense? Initial reports suggested that you had published false news. Was that the case?
Well. When my statement was being taken, I was told that I had published false news.
Okay.
And I recall I was interviewing a character in the story that I'm investigating, and that story particularly is still under investigation. We have not published anything about it, so it was difficult to understand why anybody would arrest me or would charge me for publishing false news in that particular case.
So it's not like it was even out yet.
We hadn't started any story at all. We had not done. Sometimes you're doing a story, you want to do promo for some strategic reason, but this was not the case yet. I just interviewed a few people as part of my investigation, and the character was also one of those that I was interviewing. And after my first interview with her, she requested to meet me, and I obliged. I obliged because sometimes when you are the first interview was on phone. So when you interview people on phone, not everybody is comfortable enough to tell you all you need to hear.
That's
So
true.
I thought that once the request was made by the interviewee, I was obliged to give her the opportunity to tell me all the stories, all I needed to know from her. And that's why I obliged. And throughout the process, I think that I discharged all the ethical requirements of me. I mean, some of the interview I had with her the first time, she was full of praise of my work. And so I was surprised when I was arrested in the process of interviewing. I was interviewing her actually.
Where did it take place?
This took place at Afrikiko. So she was seated in front of me, just barely 2 minutes, 3 minutes into the interview. Apparently, they had positioned CID officials around to arrest me. And when she came, we had the interview. And I mean, when she came, we didn't even start the interview proper. She made a comment to which I inquired why the comment. Then I was assuring her that it was important I get the full facts of what the questions I asked her, so that I wouldn't get to a situation where after the interview I discover something new from that I know she should have known, and that would be a different matter. So it was at that point that the police came in and arrested me. So we had not actually started the interview proper.
I see. That's pretty interesting. But Afrikiko, of course, it's a very open area and it's not very far from the Jubilee House. What was the mode of arrest? I want more details. We heard about stuff, but I want it to come from the horse's own mouth.
The mode of arrest, basically, when, just like I said, when I started, you know, setting the mode for the the interview, then I noticed there was some signaling, because obviously the question I asked wasn't answered. And
signaling from who?
I saw some hand movements from her, which probably give me an idea that she probably was aware. I mean, everything was arranged, so she probably was signaling the CID to come in.
Oh, so you think you were like baited? She set you up?
Yes, it was all set. It was all set up. And actually, everything was set up, because I mean, like I said, it's so there's no reason for the arrest. No, absolutely no reason. As we speak now, when I was writing my statement, it's a false publication. And right around that time, narratives were being changed to extortion, attempted extortion.
Can you tell us who you're interviewing?
Yes, I can tell you. I think that because it's still under investigation, I don't.
You're not at liberty to give.
Yes, yes. I mean, been advised by my lawyer to take that one slowly, because the story will come out.
Okay, but the person is in the upper echelon.
Yes, the person is a big
government official.
Yeah, government official, and the husband also a very prominent actor in the security system.
I see. So she came with her own security detail, because you indicated that she motioned some signals and then they came to pick you up.
Like I said, because it was set up, they had arranged for the police to be around.
In Mufti or
in Mufti?
Okay.
In Mufti. I think there was only one police I saw in that environment, but you know, because it's an open place for the public, you could hardly notice that the purpose of he being there would be
because
for
of
such things. And I don't recall he coming close to where I was arrested at. But so plainly, it was all plainclothes officers who made the arrest. But then they held me from all sides. It was two ladies, two gentlemen, hijacked me from both sides and, you know, pushing me. They took all my equipment and were pushing me. And I asked them why, first of all, why the arrest, and why this manner of arrest? And some were saying I should shut up, and then they murdered me into a car that they came with. So I was sandwiched between three guys, two guys and a lady at the back, and then another lady in front with a driver.
What type of car? Was it one of the salon cars or a pickup? Was it a salon car? Okay. Wow, I see. And give us a picture of how you were treated while you were in detention.
So from the Afrikiko, I was taken straight to the DCID headquarters, specifically to the Special Investigation Unit. The first person I saw who I believe was in the rank of ordering these people was the unit commander, called one in Ketia, the Special Investigation Unit commander.
Okay.
And the moment I entered, the first question he asked was, how much did you want? How much do you want to take? So
how much do you want to take?
How much do I want to take? And I said, I don't understand the question.
Was this after you had filed your statement, written your statement?
No.
Okay.
I was in handcuff. They just took me into his office.
Okay.
There were people sitting there, and then he said, how much did you want to take? How much do you want? So I said I didn't understand the question. He said, how much did you want to take for the story? And I said, I'm sorry, I'm not one of those journalists who take money for stories. I'm a professional. And then he asked me where my ID card was, and I said I didn't have it on me here. He said, why was I going to interview someone without an ID card? I said it wasn't an issue because I had spoken with the person already, and ID card wasn't an issue. If it was, I could have shown it to the person. Then I saw a gentleman sitting just in front of the commander, the Nketia man, who I later discovered to be another character in a story I had done about 3 weeks before, which had to do with the national security. This gentleman, I mean, if I should just give you a brief,
we'll love that.
He was involved in an issue where the national security operatives were being used to harass a civilian over his girlfriend. So I spoke to him prior to doing the story. I spoke to him. I spoke to other characters. I spoke to the SWAT commander, Commander Azubu. I spoke to him, and I spoke to almost everyone involved in that story.
Okay.
What he did was a very serious issue. I probably can go into details because I've published that story already. I can tell you all the story by the time, for the sake of time, we can. So this gentleman then said, then they asked my name, and I introduced myself. Said, which paper do you write for? I mentioned the WhatsApp news. They said, oh, so you are the gentleman, you are the one who has been writing that rubbish about me. I'll deal with you.
That's what he said?
Yes, he said, I'll deal with you in front of their commander.
But did he confirm if it was false or otherwise? If the story he had written about him was false or otherwise?
Well, he just said he would deal with me. I mean, we did the story 2 weeks before that arrest. And so if it was false, obviously he should have just gone to court or write a rejoinder to us.
Okay.
But that wasn't, he didn't do anything like that.
Okay.
And he couldn't have, because we done enough work on that story to avoid anything like that. So then he said that, and I said, well, I don't even know you. Then he said he would deal with me. So then the commander said they should take me out. He took me to at the conference room of the Special Investigation Unit. And so I was sitting there with the two CID officers, among the ones who arrested me, seated with me. And after some time, about 10 minutes, the gentleman came, again, that same guy. He's called Da Costa Autry, Stephen Da Costa Autry. He's supposed to be a businessman. So he came into the room again and said that if I don't stop writing stories about people, he will deal with me. And I said, well, I mean, if you were caught up in my story like that, then you obviously must be close to being a criminal. And
Was
at that
okay?
It was at that point I identified who he was.
Okay.
You know, so I told the CID officer, I mean, you are here, I know this guy is not a police officer, so you are here and he is threatening me, and you are not saying anything. You should arrest him. He says, so I should. He doesn't know who he is neither. The CID officer who was working me said he didn't know who he was.
He didn't know who the person was threatening he was.
Yes. So we went into a different room where I understand the investigator is. So we went to that room, and the questions, once in a while, the unit commander will come in and ask a question. He mentioned another guy in a story we did a week before then, which had to do with national security again. Again, the national security being used to abuse civilian rights and all that. So he mentioned a character in the story I did, and he was asking me who is this gentleman. He was called Mike. The guy is called Mike Cook. If you know him, he used to own Vibe FM. So he was arrested together with his friend or partner upon arrival at the airport for allegedly failure to take COVID test. And then subsequently the charge is changed to evasion of tax. And as we speak now, I understand that charge has also changed. So it was also had to do with national security. In that story, the current Minister of Railways, Mr. Peter Camoo, is also featured in the story. So my cook, when he asked of my cook, then my mind was like, is it about this? But it couldn't be, because I was in the process of another interview when I was arrested. So obviously, that really is not Camoo. But then when they mentioned my cook was only related to the Peter Camoo story I did. So right there, two stories relating to national security.
You connected the dots.
So I saw what was happening. Then the gentleman, there's another gentleman called Beku, Chief Beku, who was at the investigation unit, and he asked me if I was hungry. How hungry was I that I was looking for money? I said, that's offensive. You don't ask me that question. Except, he said, no, I should talk to him. Why did I ask? Why did I do what? He said, well, the interview, do I have the document? Do I have documents on which I was investigating the woman? And I said, look, I am a journalist. I don't think I'm supposed to tell you what investigation I was doing. But talking about documents, I'm not supposed to give it to you. Is that what I'm supposed to do? If I have to write a statement, let me write a statement, and you proceed with what you are doing. That if the woman, then at that point, I knew they started making case of extortion, but I also knew that there was no evidence, absolutely no evidence, no any such act that could be deemed to be extortion on my part.
They felt that you were doing stories to extort them?
They, from the narrative, they felt that I met the woman because I wanted to extort money from her.
To kill the story.
Yes. But I had, fortunately, we've had a few conversations that I can tell you the woman could not have said I asked her money, or I had any intention to kill the story I was investigating. So I was very confident that if all the charges they had mentioned so far, there was nothing that I should be afraid of, except for the fact that nobody around me knew where I was.
Your people,
not my workers, knew that I was arrested.
How long were you there for?
I was, I think I was picked up around 3:45 thereabout.
Okay.
And I was at the unit there till around 8:30 before I was taken into custody.
Whilst you were in custody, were you still, at the time the interrogations were going on, were you still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
You were still in cuffs?
I was still in cuffs.
I see. Well, We would like to take a quick break here. You're still watching Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Idasari. We are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. After the break, the conversation continues.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. This is Say It Loud, and we are speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David. So you were telling us about what the experience was like while you were in detention. What happened then you got released?
Well, I slept over at the airport police station.
Oh, so you spent a night over there.
There.
You said you got arrested
around 3:45 of Thursday. I think that was the first of April. And got released on the 2nd of April.
Wow.
So on the 2nd of April, the police came for me. From the investigator came back for me around 7:30 thereabout.
Okay.
And took me back to the headquarters.
In the morning?
In the morning.
Okay.
So at the headquarters, I was told that I had to do, they had to do an SW, that's a search warrant kind of. So they got operation team mates with, they are the operation guys with guns and all that. And I got driven to my house.
About that, were you pointed at with a gun? Was a gun pointed at you at any point in time?
No, I mean, you're just carrying guns, about 2 gun.
Even when you were getting arrested, no.
No.
You mentioned you were heckled.
At the point of arrest, I didn't see a gun.
So they weren't armed?
No, they weren't armed.
Okay, okay.
They weren't armed. It was only the point at which the gun was more or less accompanying us was when they were taking me to my house.
Oh, okay.
And I was in handcuff, 2 gun wielding CID operatives with 2 others, and then the driver took me to the house.
Okay.
And they went to conduct a search. They said they were looking for, the investigator said they were looking for photo album. So if I had any photo album, I should show them the photo album.
Your photo album?
Yes.
Okay.
So, but my wife showed them a few that we had, and from there, they couldn't take anything. They didn't take anything from the house that I could remember. So we returned to the headquarters, and they were supposed to be waiting for the CID, Director General CID, Mr. Kenyebua, who I understood was somewhere outside the city, the capital city, on holidays. And but the directive for the bail would only come from him, from what I understood. So they were calling. It was around 1:30 there about that. I had an inkling that they may be granting me bail. At that point, there were a few journalists, colleagues of mine, and senior friends that I knew who came around and were demanding that there should be a bail, because as at that time, nobody was clear what exactly the charge was. At
that time, you still didn't have any charges on you?
Apart from, when you are writing your statement, they gave it a headline. So the headline there, if it was supposed to be the charge, supposed to be false publication. Okay. But I've seen situations where those charges were changed. Those headlines were changed later. But what they asked me, what I saw there was about false publication. So that's what I responded to in my statement. But at the point of the bill, granting the bill, then they said I should look for sureties, and the sureties were going around, identifying their properties.
Okay.
Then at that point, the CID investigator, you know, seasonally he's been on call all through. So one of the calls came, and I mean, first they wanted to take me somewhere, and my people protested, and then they said, okay, they should take an additional statement. So I don't know where the orders were coming from, but because he told us he was waiting for the orders from Mr. Ken Yeboah, I assume the orders were coming from there. So he asked that we issued, I made an additional statement about what? About extortion. So I said, okay, what about extortion? So he offered to write it, and I said, okay. So he asked the question, he asked me a question, and I responded to the questions whilst he write. So after that, then the bail was granted. And I was asked to come back on the 6th of April. That was Tuesday after the arrest.
At what, during your narrative earlier, you indicated that the people around you, your colleagues and family, did not know where you were. At what point did they get in the know?
At the point I was asked to write a statement, I indicated that I needed my lawyer to be around.
Okay.
I also wanted to use the opportunity to get someone around me to know what the situation was. I knew by then the news would be around that I've been arrested, but as to where I was, nobody would know. So I then used the opportunity to call my lawyer, and that's when anybody around me, I was sure, got to know where my location was.
How did your family take it? How did your wife take it?
For my wife, it was, I mean, I just can't describe it. She was very devastated because it was the second time in 6 months when I was arrested. And, you know, when she spoke to me, I knew she was devastated, but I mean, she managed to, there were friends around and family who managed to get her to understand that everything was okay, and I got to talk to her later. And she is still devastated. I mean, not that she had any fear, but the way, if you consider the first arrest, when I was arrested, that particular evening, she had a scare. She was crossed by some vehicles, and when she was trying to leave the house, they told her to leave the house to someone, a family member, and on her way, she was crossed by these vehicles, and it was a serious issue for her to take. And so
she was crossed by which vehicles?
Unnumbered vehicles, and she stopped. They got down, just went around, and then got back into the car and drove off. So that incident was still in her mind, and so at that point that she got to know that I was arrested, around 8, 9, except for the family and friends who were encouraging her, she probably didn't know what to do at that point.
What did she say to you when she saw you?
Of course, she cried. She cried, and the rest I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later. Of course, she was happy to see me. That's more important. She was happy to see me, and the case, you know, how they were worrying her. Where's Daddy? She has to lie. She had to lie to them. You know, Daddy's going to work. He had to come back the following year and all that. So I mean, because the kids expect me at a certain time of the day.
So when she came back.
So when I wasn't coming back, you know. So that's briefly what happened.
Generally, what did you make of how you were handled, the entire situation?
Well, I think that the police, not all of them, some were a bit professional, others were very unprofessional. And I was just thinking, if that's how they handle all suspects.
How unprofessional? What did they do?
For instance, I mean, I got to know that if they didn't know the reason for which I was to be arrested.
They're just acting on orders.
They were just acting on orders. And so the way they were, I mean, because the law requires that you treat a suspect with dignity. So if in the glare of the public you arrest me, you don't know what the issue was. Even if you knew what the issue was, I was not wielding any arm. And then you hold me from both sides of my trousers and tossing me, you know. So when I even tried
what's in local parlance we call jaws. So they jaws both your...
They jaws my two sides.
Wow.
One on this side, one on this side. And so when I was trying to inquire why, I said, shut up, you know. So I was treated more or less like a common criminal, and I don't think it was really necessary. You know, even on the way to the police station, I was trying to get them to understand that, you know, as much as they are doing their work, they needed to be professional. And some of them, the ones the female among them, were being very hostile. And I was surprised. One of them apologized to me later, but you know, I think that the police need to act professionally. Not only them, everyone needs to act professionally in their line of work. And if we all do that, then we'll have a system that works. I know even the commander, I mean, when you ask me a question, how much do I want? I don't want to think that was part of his investigation. That how much do I want? I don't think it was part of any investigation. He was prejudging the situation. I was supposed to be a suspect, and you are saying, how much did I want, and all that. Someone said I was hungry, so why did I, what kind of hunger led me to do this? Conclusive. You know, I recall at the point before I was taken home, there was this gentleman, an operative, he came in, he was holding a gun. He came in and I was just seated quietly with, I think I had a handcuff on my hand. And he came in with a CID officer seated with me. He held me by the neck. It's like, Mebo Wasum. Then I was
without provocation?
Without any provocation. So I was just watching. And then after some seconds, he released me, and then I was looking at him. He said if I look at him twice again, he'll slap me. And so one of them said, oh, Memphino. And then he told him, oh, any power, you know, like they were just joking, they're cracking jokes.
During your detention, were you heckled, or did anybody lay their hands on you, or any threats whatsoever?
Not at all. I must say that the police at the airport police station were very, very professional. They were professional. When I was put into the cell, the guys I met there, all of them very, very nice guys. They were very sympathetic of my situation. I mean, what they got to know. And of course, there were news, you know, they could watch from their cell rooms.
Okay.
And so when they asked me who I was, and you know, they became very emotional as well. And so they actually gave me, if I should consider their situation there, they gave me a keenly treat in the cell.
I see.
So at the point of detention, there was no harassment there. I mean, talking about the airport police station, they were very, very professional. And even at that time, I think some of the police people got to realize that the action was very, very unnecessary. And so they begin to, even the CID guys begin to
tone down
on their hostility and all that.
I see. Do you think the media or press is really free in the country?
I don't think so. And I don't think so not only because of this kind of harassment. I think that most of us, colleague journalists, not many of them are able to do the work they would have wished to do. You know, there's so much going on in this country, and I think that the public would have had a lot of confidence in the media, doing the work diligently, playing the role of gatekeepers, keeping the state actors in check. But that's not what, in my view, is happening.
What do you think is happening?
I think that there's too much, I'm looking for the word. The media is not doing it work freely. Let me just put it that simple. I'm also the vice president of Private Newspaper Publishers Association, the print part.
Okay. You think there are obstructions?
I think there are obstructions.
Tell me about the second one. What has become of it? You weren't very clear on the charges. So what's now?
Well, on the 6th, when we went there, they requested to go into my phone. They wanted my consent to have access to my phone and go into it. And I told them they could obtain order from court and do that. I wasn't going to grant them any access to my phone. So whilst at it, a gentleman walks in and said that I requested to see the commander.
Okay.
And the commander says he was in a meeting. He introduced himself to the commander. He said he was in a meeting. He said he was seeing him in connection with the story. So he needed to see him before he continued. So subsequently, the commander came and told me that he was going to see his boss. So they took me to another room. He came back, and the investigator came to tell me that I was dispersed, that I could go. I said, what does that mean? He said I could go home. And I asked where my gadgets were. My phone, they took my phones and my file, and then my watch. He said the case is still under investigation, so they'll give it to me later. And I said, okay. So the gentleman assured me that the complainant has no interest in this case. So my equipment should be returned back to me.
Who was the complainant? The lady you were interviewing?
Yes. So my stuff will be returned to me. I said, okay. So I went. By evening, I was called by the police that the equipments have been released, that I should come for it. I went for them. And since then, I have had conversation with different people who were trying to tell me that they have spoken with the woman and the complainant, and she didn't make the statement, the complaint that was I was being charged for. Issues were not well explained, but they said she didn't make those complaints, and I said, well, I have been defamed by the police. They issued a statement stating categorically that I was arrested because of an attempted extortion and false publication. As for the false publication, you can deal with it because I had not even done any publication. But the extortion, they can concoct anything. So it was important, and that was very criminal. So it was important that I get to understand where that claim was coming from. And so I was insisting that I needed the police to be clear on that. As of now, I've not had any charge sheet from anybody. Since the Tuesday 6 I went there, I have not had any invitation from the police. Basically nothing has happened yet.
I see. Do you feel safe?
For me, I know the work I'm doing. It's always a risk, even for you. It's a risk once you are doing the right thing, trying to dig the rot in society and exposing them. Definitely, we are not safe, except if the state is providing that safety, obviously, to media, men and women. But that is not what I see. So none of us are safe. But the family and the well-wishers are worried. They are worried, particularly those who know, how people behave in town here. They call you, sometimes you receive call and the person is almost like crying, don't do this, the work is real, can you leave this work, right? You are doing it for for the public, what are you getting from me? What are you going to get from me? I tell them, look, it's just like the pastor's work. The pastor goes there. He's supposed to even be dealing with spirits that we cannot see. And people are going to attack and all that. So we need to do our work. We need freedom to do our work. It's safe for all of us if the journalist do their work, well in a liberal environment, free of any intimidation and harassment. That, in the long run, will help all of us as a country, as a people, to grow, to develop.
Are you worried about your family? I mean, your wife, your kids? How do you think all this is affecting them?
As a human being, I should be worried. I should be worried. Of course, I'm very much concerned about what happens every day, and every day I have to also assure them that, we are in it together. We're all doing this public service together, and I will need their support. But, we all not the same. Some people may not be strong enough to take certain things. Okay. So, to that extent, I'm concerned about them. But that's all it is.
Okay. Finally, a lot of people are of the view that with the proliferation of media spaces, especially online, it has increased the space of sensationalism. What's your take on that?
I agree. There are a lot of, if you get on the media space, the internet space, you see all sort of supposed news mediums which channel a lot of falsehoods and all that. And not only the sensationalism, some are utterly untrue.
Yeah.
So all those things are there. But journalism is said that if you are doing it well, it shows. And the public is very discerning that when they pick a story, they're able to tell if the story is done well or not. So there's still a distinction for people who read to understand what false news is and what sensational news is and all that.
How do you think the situation can be curbed? What changes would you like to see?
You mean the issue of sensationalism and all that? Well, it's getting to that stage where at a point in time, we know it was all traditional media, hardcore newspapers. I have run a number of newspapers, worked with newspaper companies, which some don't exist anymore for several reasons. And even the ones which exist now, people pick the newspapers and they can tell you, if you engage people, they will tell you, they don't believe this paper, they don't, they know what these newspapers are for. So it's rather a challenge for us to get to do the work as required of us. If it's only when we do good journalism that the public can trust the work we do and begin to follow the news again. Other than that, everybody will be throwing in trash and, we all don't get anything from it.
Okay.
It doesn't yield any result.
All right. Thank you very much, David Tamaklo, for this time. But that's all time will allow us. This has been another edition of Say It Loud with me, Lord Harris Udasari. We have been speaking to the editor of WhatsApp News, David Tamaklo. He's been giving us all the details about how and why he got picked up in 2020, and 6 months on, he got arrested again. Join us for our subsequent editions.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods. The practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo. Dodona Frame Obo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie motor rider, yen fam mo yen ho ban afi wote krenkren wo woka mu a memfa mentena woka sti achi no monsa a sign broni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
He's gifted, wild, crazy, and daring, and this shows in every piece of work he does. He's telling the Ghanaian story through his work, and today we explore his art and skill sets on this edition of People and Places. My guest, well, we meet him right after this break. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Welcome aboard. Welcome back. Thanks for your company. Let's meet the man with the magical hands. I call him Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
Yes.
Brofudin Bebre.
Nyago.
Bosu.
Senior.
I know you have a lot of names. What other names do you have? Let's just do a self-introduction.
My name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen.
That's all?
Yes.
That's all?
Yes. Yes.
I know you say Ashenso.
Yeah.
That's the name you use for your work.
Oh yeah, Ashenso has become my name undoubtedly because it's kind of it's the company name, but the popularity of that surpasses my original name, so I take it like that.
Okay, how did that name come about, by the way?
Ashenso is a fancy or tree word.
Okay.
That means a trademark. Okay. Ashenso, like Meshe Bibinso. And in relation to the tattoo, it's more like Ashenso. So that's how I got the name. That's where I derived the name from.
Okay. Before we get into the conversation, you are going to tell us what we are painting today.
I'm painting.
So when you're done, we'll finally see what the outcome of this is. Okay.
Maybe.
But tell us what you do. Painting, what else do you do? I'm an artist all around. I do everything art actually. And so I paint, I tattoo, sometimes I write, I can sing. Well, I can a whole lot. I don't know. Everything art basically. Yeah. Wait, like your own songs? You write your own songs and sing?
I actually wanted to be a musician.
Really?
Yeah, when I first came to Accra, but I realized everybody was doing music. I'm like, okay, let me find my way. Yeah.
Okay, so you're low on the music and more
yes. Sometimes it comes into me like, why don't you go back for it and start something?
But did you ever sing like your own song that is out?
No.
It's not out.
If any should have come out, I would have followed it. Yeah.
So when did you develop interest for painting, for art?
Painting has been my first love. Yes, because I'm a very indoor person. My mom wouldn't allow me to go out and all that, so in my loneliness, I fell in love with art. It became my only friend. So if mistakenly you leave your lip gloss or your lipstick around, by the time you are back, I've designed your bed sheet and everything. Yeah. So,
With whatever you find?
Yeah, whatever I find, I want to do magic with it.
Is it from your mom, your dad, or it's just
Both
you?
sides. Both
Okay.
sides. Because my mom is a fashion designer.
Okay.
And my father's side, the person I was named after, Emmanuel Ewusei. So originally my name is Papa Ewusi. That's when you go home. That's how they call me. And so that man was an artist. So yeah.
So at what age or at what point did you start developing this potential?
I didn't even see it. I didn't understand what it was, because there were a few people around to really tell me, introduce me to the greater part of the talent that I have. But luckily for me, there were other artists in the hood, you understand, who were kind enough to let me around to watch what they do. And it wasn't a lot of questions, it was only observation. Yeah. And so that gingered the interest the more. Yes.
So when did you do your very first artwork, like painting?
Oh, you see, when we were young, there used to be cinema halls and the rest. Yeah. And so what I did was, since I don't have money to pay and go and watch, I'll go with my plain sheet or brown papers. You know, my mom sews. So the leftover of the brown papers for the patterns, I'll steal them. Then I'll go to the cinema halls and I'll lie down on the floor and I'll be drawing. You see, they used to have commando holding big gun.
You draw the things you saw?
Yeah, I draw the things I saw, yeah.
Okay. But officially, like your first artwork that brought you out, when was that?
I think it should be Jocelyn Dumas' painting.
Okay.
Yeah,
And in
so
which
many
year?
years ago. That would be like 2009.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she came to see you, or
No,
you just decided to?
she interviewed me on her program.
Okay.
The one show, if you remember, at those times. I just wanted to say thank you for her, thank you to her for interviewing me.
Okay.
And when I did and I posted it, people were interested. So they started asking, how much do you take for this? And I, okay, so there's money here. I had a mistake. So yeah.
And then it blew.
Yeah.
Right.
Ashanso was born.
How do you tell the Ghanaian story, or how do you promote Ghana to what you do?
Ghana is a very creative country, yeah, in every way possible. Even the way we do our concern is creative. Yeah, it's not like and
you do it with skill.
Yeah, man. Yeah, because they are by you, but you don't see it. That's how creative they are. So with Ghana, I think we have a little problem when it comes to the arts. You know, which is the media throwing more light on the arts, because they don't. When you say art in Ghana, everybody's mind goes to singing and acting, but we design the graphics for the musician, we design the posters for the movie actors, we do the makeup and the special effect makeup. All these things are the fundamentals. If they should throw a bit more light and make the artists in Ghana feel a bit like, say, into a day, yeah, people that have got the talent will come back to the art than to want to be in offices and do things that they are not.
jobs.
Yes.
You think that if art is appreciated more people would
Of
want
course,
to
most of our youth are artists. Trust me. When you go into the secondary schools, this is what happens. Even lecturers don't pay attention to the visual arts class like that. You understand? I have an experience having there.
Okay.
They don't pay attention to the visual arts class. Compare a science class in a secondary school to a visual arts class in a secondary school. You understand? The sciences are always serious. They do extra curriculum stuff. But the visual arts class is like, yo, sometimes they don't even know what's going on. You understand? Lecturers wouldn't come for class. And when this news comes out like that, which parent or which world would want their children to go and study visual arts in school?
I mean, it's the same environment, but you are still blue.
Oh,
Does
yes.
it really matter if people
It matters because the kind of the vigor that I have, not every artist would have same.
What inspires a particular painting?
You see how the mind works, yeah? The things you see fragments of those images are captured by the brain. You understand? So sometimes, unconsciously, ideas come to mind and you don't even remember where you saw them or how they even felt or sound or smell like. And when this happens, it's like a catalog in your mind. So people that do this kind of work, anytime they pick the brush, the painting is already here. Or even if they don't know, the picture is already captured and it's part of the system. So as they go, something comes up. Like this woman with the red lipstick, I don't know. I don't know where.
You don't know where it came from.
I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Yeah. Let's see.
Right.
Let's
and
see.
What has been that one project that you look back on and you're like, this took a lot of effort and like, it's been your biggest so far?
My biggest would be meeting the president, even though it wasn't any, but it was something I said before, long before I even came to Accra. I said, let me tell you a story. When I was in school, I was very bad at this how I think, I wasn't good at math. Academically, I wasn't sharp like that. So a lot of things came on my side when it comes to punishment and beating and all these things. So
You were seen as stubborn?
Not stubborn, but Charlie, the beatings were too much. So I was always sad. I always want to be alone. That's why I'm telling you I don't go anywhere. It's contributed to that. I'm not a very social person. Though I'm a very good conversationist, but I won't go out there. Yeah. So one time they were teaching, I don't know, is it all, they have a name for it. It's like Kofi stands at an angle of 45 degrees and throw a stone to you know that thing? Yeah. And this thing sounds plenty in my mind, like, Charlie, so I just turned the back of the sheet and I started drawing the teacher. And
while the teacher was in
yes, while he was serious, and I was drawing with his long cheek. So this guy came and was like, oh, really? He came from behind. I didn't see him coming. So, Anthony, really? Whilst I am teaching you, you are busy drawing me and look at how you've done my cheek. So that day, I'll never forget that day. That teacher beat me well. The worst ever. And I was crying. There's this crying where you can do but this one it was like I was sobbing, like that kind of thing. Yeah. So I think he himself, he felt bad. So he came and was like, so you cry, come out, you don't know. This thing you don't know. So what do you want to become in future? And I said, I want to be the best artist ever to have come out from Ghana.
Told him that?
Yeah. I told him I want to be the best artist ever to have come out of Ghana. This was JSS 2. And so
wow. And you knew what you wanted even at that age.
Oh, I knew what I wanted even when I had no get sense. Because I was always alone. I have ideas. Like I only see pictures. You come and meet me talking to myself, you think I'm mad, that kind of vibe. Yeah. So when I said, and I'll meet the president, and I said a whole lot. So when I met the president and I posted it on Facebook, I had even forgotten about this story. So my class prefect then, Marilyn Asma, he commented like, do you remember when Mr. Lawe ripped you and he asked you what you want to do and he said you want to meet the president? Then the whole thing turned emotional, like, oh, Charlie.
It all came.
You see? So that's how,
came back to you. Wow.
So it's like that.
Okay. There are so many artists around the world, like people who literally sell their art, auction them at functions and the rest.
Yeah.
Who would that one person you draw inspiration from be?
Trust me, the only person I sat under to even take this thing serious was my grandfather. Unfortunately, history did not cover him. And he was a mate of Abladi Global and Atudila Kdems because they were the pioneers of art in tech. But unfortunately, history did not cover him. And so he's the only person I have admired and look at him with his ideas and philosophies and, And so for him, he thinks this is art. As you see it, as you see me, this is art. You understand? Like, look at me, look at you, this is art. God just called it into being, making him the greatest artist of all time. I can't call it into being, but I can capture it in my mind and I can reproduce it with my hand. And so life is art. Listen to my voice. See the way I'm constructing my English. It's art.
Art, yeah.
The way you talk is different from me. Same like red is different from yellow. But if you put it together, you get orange, right? So then we get melodies from when you say, ah, and you say, ah.
So everything around us,
everything is art. You understand? So art is life. Yeah.
And what you do now, I mean, you're going to be gone someday.
Yeah.
Do you think the kind of art you do?
I won't be gone.
You're never going to die?
No.
Like, why?
Because I'm an artist.
But your work is going to live after you.
My work?
Obviously.
Yeah, that's why I won't be
But
gone.
the human being is going to go, right? So I was asking, the work you do today,
Yeah.
you think it's going to be relevant in so many years, like for
It would
generations to come?
It would depend on me.
Okay.
It would depend on me and how I market it. It would depend on me and how high I push my name to go.
But is that what you're doing now?
Of course, we are striving to get
If people
to.
look at your work today,
Mhm.
so many years from now, would they say this? Would they still admire the work?
It's
Would they
dependent
still-
on me, how far I get my name to.
And are you working towards
Yes,
that?
that's exactly what I'm doing. Because Ashenso started like, okay, when it's about painting, I'll say all my life. You understand? And people that were my age know me from that point till now. And people that were born yesterday also know me till I will die. And the period even before I die, new generation will come to also know Ashen. So that's if I still stay relevant. So that's how you build up or spread the name.
Okay. Do people patronize your work?
Yeah, they do.
Which kind of people? And to what extent?
To the extent that I ship my works outside, but I haven't been there.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So people order for your
Yes.
work. Which kind of people are we looking at?
Art lovers.
Let's say, which kind of countries you think your work has gone to? Beyond
All over the world.
All over the world.
All over the world.
You're confident.
Everywhere.
So if you go to China, we would find a chance.
All over the world.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't take it there. I had to send it to them because they ordered for it.
And these people are Ghanaians?
Yes,
outside,
both
or-
Ghanaians and foreigners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So let's take a break at this point. Let's move from this studio to another studio where we learn about something different that Ashenso does. And then later on, we continue with the artwork he's doing.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. We are still on the conversation. And you know, Ashenso is not only a painter or a graffiti artist, he also does tattoos. And right now he has a client, he's doing his own thing. We are going to have a little chit chat and find out all about the tattoo art. How long have you been doing this particular art, kind of art?
I've been tattooing for almost 14 years now.
And how did it all begin for you?
Right after secondary school, you know, when you are coming back into the system, you want to know what you are coming to do and how you're going to face life, like how you're going to survive. Because after secondary school, I believe we're a big boy, you know, always going to be dependent on your parents and stuff. So whilst friends were choosing driving and other things to get them money, I decided to go into tattoo because I believe in controversies and how they make information spread faster. So already because of my art field, like my art background, I decided to do tattoos.
Was it a particular thing that inspired you or motivated you? It could have been anything else. What
thing is, I lived with my grandfather for 3 years in the course of my secondary school education. He was a full-blown artist already doing his thing, so some of the training he gave me was to draw with a pen and not a pencil. So I was already good at that, and just like transfer of knowledge, you know, when you are drawing with a pen, the idea of making a mistake wouldn't be on your mind, because you know when you make a mistake you can't clean it, unlike a pencil. Yeah, so if I could do with a pen and I wouldn't make a mistake, I just felt then I can do tattoo, because same way with a tattoo, the skin is the substrate and you can't afford to make a mistake. So if I have full control over the pen and the paper, why don't you try the tattoo? So that's how come.
So you got into training, or like how did it start?
Oh, actually, my big brother was sending home some stuff, like occasionally during Christmas, he sent home some stuff because he's outside. And he asked me what I want, and I said I wanted a tattoo machine, because then I've been seeing it on YouTube, like people, and I felt I could do it. So I asked for the tattoo machine, and when it came, I just tried my hands. It wasn't all gravy in the beginning, but then with time.
So who was like your first client?
Oh, he's called Ima.
And how was that like? Did you make any mistakes?
It was bad. It was actually bad, yeah.
You hurt him in the
No,
process?
not hurt, but the design, yeah.
Didn't come out as...
No, you know, he believed in me so much because he thought I could draw already, so I would be good at once with the tattoo thing. But I didn't know it needed constant practice, just like any other art form. So I was supposed to draw Jesus Christ on the cross on his back. And whilst he was lying down, I was doing it, the thing was perfect too. But the moment he got up, the cross was like this. No, it was bad.
It was all messed up there.
It was bad.
Was that the only mistake you made?
Oh,
like,
I made a lot of mistakes in the beginning. A lot of mistakes.
With people you knew or like clients? Because
both people I knew and clients.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was the reaction when it came out wrong?
Okay, for all of them I've been able to fix them though.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's fine like that.
Right. So what are you drawing now?
We're writing a script.
A script?
Yes. On his back in relation to the mom.
In relation to his mom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That must be a very long thing.
How
long is this going to take?
It can take like 3 hours, give and take. But yeah, we've done quite enough. It's like 5 paragraphs, we've almost done with 2, so it's left with 3.
Okay, let's just talk about people who come to you for tattoos. Usually, what's like your client base? Which kind of people come to you?
Most of the celebrities comes to me, and you know, the world is, you know, as much as the world is afraid of the unknown, people are very inquisitive and they want to know how and why. You understand? So, yeah, I tattoo most of the celebrities, and I tattoo the common Ghanaian too. And people have ideas and reasons why they want to get tattoos, because every tattoo has a story. It's not like for fun. So yeah.
And what has your biggest work, like your most challenging work when it comes to tattoo being so far?
My most challenging work recently was tattooing Stoneboy's mother on the back, because then he is a celebrity and I couldn't have afforded to make a mistake in any way possible. Yeah, so even though I've been doing that numerous times, but when it got to him, I felt a little bit pressure, yeah, because it was like writing my tattoo final exam.
Because it had to be perfect.
Yes, because then if it goes wrong, everybody will know anyway. It can't be hidden. Yeah.
This is on the back. You spoke about Stoneboy and his tattoo at the back. But what other places do people like to have tattoos when they come to you?
People like to tattoo any part of their body depending on the reason and how they feel. Yeah.
So any part, as in even the private part?
Yes, please.
Okay, and how does that work? How does that feel? Because that includes ladies. right?
Yes, that wouldn't be me, but it will be them. Because they are at the receiving point. I am just working.
But you're also seeing.
Like, how do I feel when I see?
Yes.
Oh, I can't afford to feel anything because the mind at that moment is like programmed to make something beautiful and not to think of anything else. Because if I consider any other thing, the artwork might not go well.
Okay. So it's just work.
Yeah, it's just work.
You being professional.
Yes.
And your clients, have you had any awkward moments whilst you're working?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, hardly.
Okay. And what's the reaction like? I mean, this client is
calm. Yeah.
But obviously, this is needle work. It must be really painful. So, like, how do people react sometimes?
You know,
you get people screaming or stuff like that.
The pain that comes with tattoo is mostly a state of mind. You understand? Because you have something in your brains called the endorphin, and whenever the body is introduced to any form of pain, it kicks into the system and it neutralizes it for some hours. And it depends, every individual and their threshold, as in the kind of pain they can take in a certain period. Yeah, so probably he hasn't gotten to his threshold yet. That's why everything is comfortable right now, but it's dependent on me to also be fast before he gets there.
Have any of your clients gotten to that point?
Oh, many times.
What was it like?
Many times. When you get there, we stop and we continue later.
How would you know they are there?
They can't take it anymore.
So they scream or
Yeah.
like...
I will start to see signs because they will show painful signs, like their ambience will change.
Okay.
Yeah.
And have you ever had like a cut in the process of tattooing?
Cut on myself?
On the person?
On them?
Yes.
No. That was in the beginning. I made all my mistakes in the beginning when I was learning tattoo, yeah.
Do you ever, I mean, this has to do with blood, right?
Yes.
Sometimes. Do you ever have the fear that you might contract some kind of disease in the process of doing this?
Well, you know, every occupation, there are occupation hazards. So you have to be super protective of what you're doing. And then again, tattoo doesn't really cut to the point that the person has to bleed profusely. Unless probably they think they have to take alcohol to ease the pain and everything. But the negative side of that is that alcohol is like an aspirin when you take it. It thins the blood. So the moment the needle touches you, it makes you bleed more. Yeah. But he hasn't taken in anything, and as you can see, there's no blood here.
Okay.
So tattoo is not like the way people describe
Serious.
it. Yeah. It's not like that.
I see. And just to end this session, what's like the weirdest thing you've heard people say about tattooing? Like misconceptions or stereotypes or anything else?
Oh, two things. That tattoo is a sin, and when you do, you go to hell. And the second one is when you get a tattoo, you can't donate blood.
Okay.
Yeah, when you get a tattoo in the first 6 months, you are sure not to donate blood because a certain foreign substance has entered your body, and you need 6 months to excrete it out. You understand? So after the excretion period, maybe through sweating, peeing, you know, after 6 months you can donate blood. And when it comes to the fact where they say tattoo is a sin and if you do it you won't make heaven, around that same quotation that said that also says make no cut on the edges of your hair or do no harm to the corners of your beard. And all of us sitting here, I think we've committed that sin. You understand? So there should be a certain understanding or explanation to it, dependent on whoever is reading and however they understand it. I don't think that's the topic right now, but that's what it is.
All right. So, that's Ashenso speaking a little bit about his tattoo art and everything about that. We'll be speaking to his client to find out his experience and how the whole thing feels for him. I'm speaking to Vincent Williams. He's Ashenso's client for today. He's getting a long tattoo. Vincent, how are you?
I'm fine.
How many tattoos do you have on your body?
Let's say 6.
6 tattoos.
Yeah.
At what age did you start getting tattoos?
I was in SHS. Let's say
SHS?
senior secondary 3.
3 in Ghana?
No, in Nigeria.
Okay, and you were allowed to?
No, I wasn't
Or it was
allowed
hidden?
to. It was hidden to, you know.
It wasn't in a part
Yeah.
on a part of your body that could be seen?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
It was on your arm?
My arm.
I see.
I was hiding it from my mama. Because I was raised
Were you
by,
a day student or a boarder?
I was a day student. I was
Okay.
raised by a single parent.
Okay.
Mama.
Okay. And your mom didn't know about it?
No, she didn't know.
Why?
No, she goes to church. She's a Christian. You know, in the Bible, tattoos.
So she doesn't believe in tattoos?
No.
But she knows now?
Yeah.
And how does she feel about it?
She's telling me to, you know, when I have the time to, she clean it.
To get rid of
To
it?
get rid of it.
But it doesn't make any difference to you?
No.
You're actually getting more. So what's with your love for tattoos? If you have 6, you must be a big fan. Why? Why
You know,
did you start getting tattoos in the first place?
I love arts.
Okay.
And secondly, I love tattoos. You know, tattoos are expression of how you feel.
Okay. So you have 6 tattoos.
Yeah.
What do they represent?
Few represents my mama. Then few represents what I've been through from infant and
Okay. And what are you doing now? The scroll thing.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to get that?
I'm doing a poem for my mother.
For your mother.
Yeah.
Is she going to see it?
Yeah, she'll see it.
Well, this is a woman who doesn't really appreciate tattoos. So how is she going to feel about it?
You know, my mama was about me going to school, finishing my education. So I thought maybe finishing my education and I'm done, like I'm out of home and I'm struggling, you know. She has been through a lot. Even the pains I feel now, it's not even compared to what my mother herself has been through for me. Yeah, I'm actually writing a poem for her.
Would want to know what the tattoo says.
Alright, it says, my mother who watched my infant head when sleeping on my cradle bed, and tears of sweet affection shed, my mother. That's the first paragraph. When pain and sickness made me cry, who gazed upon my evil eye, and wept for fear that I should die, my mother. Who taught my infant lips to pray, and love God's holy book and day, and walk in wisdom's pleasant way, my mother. And can I ever cease to be affectionate, kind to thee, who was so very kind to me, my mother? The thought I cannot bear, if God please my life to spare, I hope I shall reward her care, my mother. When thou art feeble, old and grey, my healthy arm shall be thy stay, and I will sort thy pains away, my mother.
6 stanzas.
Yeah.
Who wrote that for you?
No, I don't know how to make her happy. First, I just don't know how to make her happy. I just love her so much that I wish I could express myself in some other way, but I think tattoo is the best way of expressing myself.
So who wrote the poem for you? You wrote it yourself?
Yeah, I wrote it myself. I just added it up. I added 1 or 2 things and I picked it out. Yeah, my thoughts.
I see. Okay, but the needle on your skin, can you literally describe how that feels?
Okay, it's painful, but if you can see, I got more tattoos and I'm used to the pain, though I'm not bleeding, because I know how it feels too.
I see. Your first needle work was in SHS
2009.
2009.
Yeah.
How did that feel like? Obviously, you weren't as cool as
this. It was so painful. I did the first 3 letters and I told the guy I wasn't doing it again, like I'm tired. Because I was really feeling pains all over.
Okay. And so you decided you weren't going to do it again, but then you came back to it.
So I decided I wasn't going to do it again, but after 2 weeks, I went back again to finish it up with the mind. My mind was made up to finish it up.
So it means that the more you did it, the more you
I get used to the pain.
Okay. Okay. And is this going to be your very last tattoo, or you intend to paint your whole body?
No, I got one more, and that's a face. Steamer back.
Okay.
That's the last one.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you, Vincent, for sharing your experience with us. And that's the tattoo experience from a client's perspective. We'll go back to the drawing board. Ashenso will still do his artwork, and then we continue the conversation. Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. And our artwork, I don't know if it's ready or not, but he is the best person to tell us. So let's find out.
What I'm going to say will affect everybody.
How?
But I don't take it personal. I'm just, yeah. All right.
So what do we have? Are you done? Like, is this?
Yeah, I'm done.
Is this the final
This is
word?
my short story.
Okay. What is this?
What I'm trying to say is that Africa is empty.
Africa is empty.
Yes.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Why though?
Yeah, because everybody is striving to travel somewhere for greener pastures of all the resources and materials raw materials that we have. Everybody's leaving Africa, right? And those that left a long time ago, now they want to come, right? But they are dragging their feet. Why? Because we show them some kind of attitude that make them even feel like, oh, okay, why don't I stay where I am?
Okay.
You understand?
That's why we have the.
That's why you can see these people trying to come.
Okay.
But they're dragging their feet.
That's the brown part of the African
but this side is empty.
And then the black star in there.
The artist that did it comes from Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah, so this represents where I'm from, the origin of the painting. Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Thank you.
And you did it so effortlessly.
Yeah.
Why is she standing and watching Africa?
Because actually this is where she's from. This is where I think is going to punch you a little bit. But
so
how
she
the
represents
Africa.
An African.
She is Africa.
Okay.
Africa is a woman.
And she's looking at her.
Yes, she's looking at how lonely her place is looking now. Why? Because he just came back to his senses, realizing that I traded a whole lot of things for the white, just to be like them, but I wasn't accepted.
Oh. Okay.
So she looks back home and there's nobody. She's lonely. And she asks herself, until when will my sisters also recognize or come back to their senses like I have?
Wait, when we started this painting, you had no idea what you were doing?
No.
So all of a sudden I have a
story to tell.
Wow.
So what I told you about fragments of images that is captured in our minds because we go out there or we watch TV, we listen to radio conversations, and these are the little things that we pick. And so the moment you pick your brush, you might not know what you're doing, but in the course, all these thoughts starts to play. And so you direct it to where that makes sense to you.
Okay.
So this is what made sense to me.
Right. Let's still continue with the conversation. Does art always have to make sense?
Not really.
So
it's just like music. Music doesn't always have to sound good. Sometimes you just have to pick one or two from it and you're okay.
Okay.
So it doesn't necessarily have to make you so enthused about just one or two things from it.
You know, I'm asking this because sometimes you see some paintings and it's just like a splash of colors and you can't really make sense of what is happening in there.
So you try and make sense. That's the beauty of it. You connect the dots. That's the beauty of it. Because everything that's here has a meaning.
Okay.
Blue, which represents a queen. Red. Red is the strongest or hottest color among all the colors. And from every distance, you can be able to point out red. It makes your heart beat at a certain degrees. You understand? This colors are used to represent the woman because this is like a skin.
Okay.
This is our brown and our black skin.
Yeah.
You understand? Yeah.
How do creators make art meaningful such that people don't find it boring?
There are no rules to art. So the way I felt before creating it, you might not feel the same at a point in time.
Okay.
But circumstances will make you also feel the way it is, maybe with time. Or you have to be in a certain mood to appreciate art better. It's like you can't be in the Holy Ghost mood and listen to Sarkodie. You understand?
Yeah.
So same way you can't be in a certain mood to want to appreciate art.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. There's technology all around us today. How do you as an artist merge that with your work?
It helps in publicity quickly. But aside that, I don't want to do prints.
Okay.
Because then it limits my talent. It gives me a border around me. But my brains are so, like, my brain is like the universe, right? Yeah. So I can't be limited in a certain circle called technology. Yeah.
Who is this one person you'd really want to show your work to?
You hear my slogan before?
What's your slogan?
I am not an artist, art is me.
Okay.
So there's nobody.
Nobody. So you just want to see your work
Yes.
by yourself, and that's it.
There's nobody.
Right. Okay. And in the beginning of the conversation, you mentioned some celebrities you've worked on. Can you give us a few of them?
I painted Idris Elba, and I painted Sarkodie, Jocelyn Dumas, Wahima Messi, Sonny Badu. Who again? A whole lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you painted Stone Boy yet?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I painted Stone. Thanks for the reminder. Like you go vex so.
Right. Okay. And have you ever thought of opening a gallery where you can show your works
yeah.
for people to just come in?
Especially works
See.
like this one.
Okay.
This is actually my signature piece. This is the Ashenso. So whenever you see patterns like this and with the multicolored stuff, that is Ashenso. That's my signature. And this is an elephant, a lion, and an eagle.
Okay.
And in that sequence, they all have a story and the reason why they came first, second, and third.
Okay.
Now the elephant, that's supposed to be the biggest animal in the jungle, but he still couldn't have been the king of the jungle. So it's not about size or strength, right? Now the lion, the elephant is like how many times bigger than the lion, but the lion became the king of the jungle. Now the eagle says to the lion, you can be the king of the jungle, but I share therein whatever that you have with you, because I feed from your jungle. But upon these mountains where I live, you can't reach. So this becomes knowledge, wisdom, and intuition. Knowledge is the acquisition of information, data, and everything, so that you become knowledgeable when you talk like, hey, guy not bro, that kind of. But wisdom is the accumulation of knowledge, where you become discerning. When you speak, even kings would have to listen. But it doesn't end there. Intuition is the ego who says, upon this mountain I live, you can't share here with me, but I share with you your jungle. And that is God.
And when was this done?
I think 2-3 years ago.
What was the inspiration?
I was just lonely.
Again?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like loneliness brings out the best in you.
All the time. When I'm alone, my mind goes wild.
Have you had a low point since you started your work as an artist?
Yes, I have.
What was that one time?
I painted one celebrity. Okay, this is years ago, so now I believe what she said, because then I couldn't have been that good that time. And so I painted a celebrity. I had to go for my money. And I was going back and forth until one time she just busted out of anger. I was like, can I speak to you?
Yes, of course.
And she was like, I will draw you no crime, but no more Janin, so what?
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Why though?
She doesn't like it. That's why she doesn't want to pay, but she couldn't say it.
And that hit you?
Extremely, because she was a gospel musician. So if anything, I thought you should have been Holy Ghostic about it. Like, you know, you are good, right? But sometimes, you know, yeah. But if you throw it in my face, like, I painted some cockroach, Charlie. So that killed the vibe. But again, it became a certain kind of motivation. Yeah.
Okay. And in Ghana, the art industry, you mentioned earlier that people don't encourage art in Ghana. How do you think that narrative can change? What do you think we are not doing right?
Okay, what can change is that we that are out of school and already in the system, there's nothing that they can do about us, because now we know our ways and means. So if anything can change, we should go back to the grassroots, which is the schools. People or the students that are offering visual art. Let's give them back that confidence that, yo, when you're studying visual art doesn't make you a criminal. Because that's how they come out to be, right? Because they don't protect them. They don't teach them. They don't give them no guidance. Like, oh, you have the talent, it's talent. So your talent has to be guided. Talent which is not guided becomes something else. You understand? So if we go back to the schools and give them that encouragement and give them a reason to even sit up and study it more and become like, then you start to mention our names. Then you start to make us relevant. I speak to my friend and I asked, the last person we heard of was Kwame Nkrumah. People have been dying, right? Do we see, what's his name? Atemo's, like his lifetime, whatever, in books that people are learning in school? No.
Yeah.
No. You understand that? So they stopped recording history. So after Kwame Nkrumah, nobody is relevant. But like what I said, if you go back into the schools, before you can mention us, before you can mention Ashanso, Mo, Brightakwe, before you can mention these names, there should be something written about them, because it just shouldn't be a word say. If you tell me, I'll forget. But if I'm studying about them and we'll write exams on them, like we write exams on Kwame Nkrumah, when did Kwame Nkrumah said forward ever, backwards never? It's a question that they ask. So will they one day ask, when did Ashanso paint Adebayo? So Ashanso is dead. You understand? So they've stopped recording history. So when we go back into the schools and give them this, set up their art studios, make them feel proud of themselves of being a visual art student, than to be teasing them that, oh, they all go work late.
Why did someone say that to you?
Oh, but the visual art student.
They said it like,
they say work late. Yeah, go work late to make flower pots and stuff.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, go work late. Perform one, you'll be pounding clay for your seniors. You even sleep. See?
Anyway, you mentioned Mo and others. Those are people you work with?
Yeah, they are top artists in Ghana.
And the names again?
Mo Audu, Brightakwe, come to mind. Okay, these people I flow with a lot. And these people are even bigger than me.
Okay. And you also do graffiti. We haven't spoken about all of that.
I do graffiti.
Just tell me a little bit about the graffiti art you do.
Graffiti is a bit more intricate than this, because that one, it's like you are controlling the air. Like you're almost an airbender. How you control the cans to make images, and that one you do it on walls, and graffiti comes under murals. Artwork is done on walls. Yes.
Okay. How often do you do that compared to the painting?
It comes hand in hand.
Okay. We are wrapping up now.
Yeah.
So just let people know where to find you, how to get your artworks, to patronize what you do.
Okay. Once again, my name is Anthony Jefferson Hansen, popularly known as Ashanso, and I have my studio at Adenta Fafraha behind the new Malcolm. And then you can find me on the social media platforms like Instagram, Ashanso_GH, or on Facebook, Anthony Jefferson Hansen, Twitter, Ashanso Tattoo. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
For sharing your story and for giving us this beautiful story behind the art.
Yes.
It's really beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so you heard his story. Very interesting conversation. He says, Ghanaians, Mompe arts, you are not patronizing them. So let's do better. He's already shared his social media handles. Find him there and let's buy some art. Let's appreciate art and let's push the people who are doing this great work forward. Thank you for joining us in this edition of People and Places. My name is Wanda Ami Hagan. Stay safe and take care.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience and I don't want you to go through the same. So please follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe. Do the right thing and save a life.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
waiting be the matter. I see the cry from my head. I do hope say no be better where you carry. This song rings a bell, right? Yes, the man behind this very song is our guest for this edition of Talk Attainment. So if you want to get to know him better, don't go anywhere. Stay with us. This is Talk Attainment, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. That's impressive. Yeah. As you can see, we've been joined by the one and only Camoo. Yes. Mido, what? Mido
Pondetin.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You're welcome,
Camoo. Thank you so much.
How is life?
Life is good, LG.
Your blue hair though, how do you maintain it?
I just try to always keep it oiled up and wash it from time to time.
Is it always going to be blue?
For as long as I can maintain, for as long as maintenance can take us. Cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. You were
Thank you.
Nominated 3 music awards for 3 categories.
Yeah.
I want to focus on
about
one.
four categories, yeah.
Okay. I want to focus on one because that kind of drew a lot of controversies, which is the Digital Artist of the Year category. Yeah. People came out to say all sorts. They were like, you were not fit enough to be nominated for such category. How do you respond to that?
People are always going to think that people are not deserving of any forms of like nominations or awards or praise. There's definitely always going to be people who think otherwise of whatever praise you are given. So I thank God for the people around me that have made me to understand that this is how it plays out in the industry. So for me, I knew that like we did some work and we did a lot of digital work during, especially at the time where like Corona came to hit us and all of that. So I just knew that it's just okay to be acknowledged in that category. And so I really didn't pay so much attention to what these opinions were like, talking about. I really just focused on the goal, which is the thank God and also stay motivated by these like nominations and acknowledgements and move to the next level. It really didn't cause no down moods in my life. It just kind of like affirmed what these people the people around me told me, that it's always like this in the industry. When you're doing good, people still think that you're not deserving of the awards or of the praises. So it's cool. It's normal.
Yeah. Personally, what were some of the things that you feel you did right that somewhat merited the nominations you had amidst the backlash?
Yeah, I just think that the major thing is not letting Corona hold us back. Is to always focus on the fact that we had a goal and then we had to be consistent at working. And I think that's major. One of the major things that we did. Like during Corona, I was able to do my Save the Kids with Camoo event. I did the media rounds, put out an EP. I did video calls with the fans. So I did a whole lot that was digitally inclined. So I feel like I was just consistent. And that kind of allowed me to merit these things.
Still on the awards, were you expecting to win?
Well, my manager used to say one thing, and he always tells me one thing, which is that as long as you've been nominated, it means that you are deserving of the award. At the end of the day, votes are gonna allow the award to be given to one person. You understand? At that time. So I just knew that if I don't think that I've blown or I've broken through the whole of Ghana. We still discuss me pushing my works to the Upper East, the northern side, and all of that, Takrady and all of these places. So I still feel like the nomination was just a recognition that this guy has been doing some work, but we still have more work ahead of us to do. you know. So I really didn't put my mind on the win. I was really motivated by the nomination. I'm not gonna lie. The nomination alone did a lot of like motivation for me, you know. Yeah.
Speaking on what you just mentioned, that you feel you are not putting your works are not loud enough, as in it hasn't gotten to where you wanted to be, as in other parts of the country and beyond. What are some of the things that you feel personally you are not doing right, that you know it's not getting to that stage? Because how long have you been in the industry?
I think that I've been here for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Professionally, like let's just say like mainstream, you know, 3 years, and I'm learning. And not to say that I haven't done anything right. You can do all the things right, but this is a process. It's a journey that we embark on. And some people are in the industry mainstream for like 7 to like 8 years before they get that big break that takes them all across the country, like, you know, evenly. Not all the songs can take your name across the country evenly. Some of the songs will take you only in Accra. Some of the songs will take you Accra, Kumasi. Some of the songs, you know, but some songs also come out to take you evenly, like spreads the blow across the country. And that can only be achieved through consistency, you know. So that's not to say that, so I wasn't saying that we haven't done some things right or like wrong. All I'm saying is that the journey continues, you know, and I haven't reached that peak yet. If you see what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
Perfect.
Speaking of songs, can you attest to the fact that a lot of people know your songs, but they can't put your face to it?
That was before. I think that we had that problem like mainly before I even met George Britton, or I started working with George Britton. That was the problem. Like a lot of people, if you tell them that, where to be the matter?
And they go like,
do you know the song? Like, I know this song. So that was the main problem that I had. When George Britton came on board with his expertise, he put my face to the music, you know. And so, unlike before, now when I'm driving through town, people are able to like pinpoint and they're like, yo, that's Camido, you know. So I don't think that we're having that problem now than before. So now people are able to like put my face to the music. Only that, like, 90% of that, or like let's say 80% of that has been done. We need to cover the rest 20%. There are some people still who can determine that this, unless I say I'm Camido, and they're like, oh, you sang this song. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I think 70 to 80% of the work is being done, but the rest is also where it's just a process. Like we just need to take our time and just do it. Like I feel like this industry is not one that you need to speed through. Other than that, you just become like a shooting star. You know, so it's just like it's a process. We just need to take our time and just do it. Yeah.
Congratulations on your VGMA nomination.
Yes, so that one also made me feel very happy and grateful to God and also to the industry. You know, like VGM is like the top. Like it's like the most. It used to be like the most recognized award scheme. It's like when you are nominated for VGMA, then you know that okay, you are proper in Ghana music.
But
like,
how
you
sure
know.
are you that you are going to be clocking all the categories that you were nominated for?
I don't need to clock it. I don't need to win the award to show that, like, you know, VGMA is just like growing up. That has been like the mark, you know, to show that yes, this artist is in the industry. Do you understand? So getting to this level, I'm just happy, and I don't need to win the award to confirm or to validate the fact that there's an artist in Ghana music called Camido. I've made some impact. If I haven't made any impact, I don't think that I will be nominated in the VGMAs, in the 3 music awards. Do you understand?
Which of them is a cool chop for you?
Cool chop.
Don't tell me. Well, definitely, you know that this one, there's this particular one, dear. I know I'm going to win it hands down. There should be one like that.
I don't know, man.
No, you need to know. You need to know.
I've been nominated as a breakthrough artist, and I've been nominated as Afropop Artist of the Year and Afropop Song of the Year. I think that all of these songs are deserving. Like I could just win any of them hands down.
Name one.
I could just win any of these categories hands down. Like knowing that the songs that have been nominated in these categories. Like that song, Maria has done a great job, you know. So I'm just saying that everybody's deserving of the award, and so if I get it, cool chop still.
So you didn't tell us which one you think that you are sure of winning.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you should have but quite a number of threats in there.
It's not
Who
threats.
do you see as a threat?
Nah, it's not
in quotes?
threats. Like I don't think it's threats. I just think that we're all. It's still not competition. Still, like I'm telling you that being nominated makes the artists in the category winners.
We know.
That's the mentality that we should carry on. You know, it's always been like, oh, who is your threat? Who is your... Bro, like, you can't be the only artist. You can't be the only... So imagine that there are like 5 major shows in the country in one day, and all of them are looking for the top Afrobeat artists to perform. I can't be the only Afrobeat artist to perform in this 5.
But you know it's showbiz. And even in business, people have competitors.
Yeah.
So this cuts across. So you should be able to see someone that you feel like, yo, if I'm not there, this person is there, like he's the boss.
Yeah, if I'm not there, then the rest of the people in the category should fit in. If they're not there, the rest of us should fit in. That is what it is. Yeah. Straight talk, real talk.
How did your album Contingency Plan?
Yeah.
How did it fare for you?
I think that it did really well.
What targets did you set for yourself with regards to the EP?
Number 1 target was to be recognized as an EP being released in the industry. Number 2 was to also help to further put my face to my music, put my face to my name. And I think it did just that. And not one person in the industry can say that they don't know you know,
meet up on a thing, yeah.
That they don't know that there's an artist called Camoo,
yeah.
You know, and it's like big shout outs to the EP that helped us to be able to achieve these things. So I think that it really did the job that it came to do. That was what we wanted it to do, you know, and it did just that. So I'm happy and I'm grateful. I'm moving on to the next, which is the album.
Oh, okay, you answered my next question.
Yeah.
Tell us about the album. Which is your next project?
Yeah, which is my next project. It's called Lighter, Lita, and it basically means that love is the answer. And I've always, like, growing up, I've always been loved by the people around me. I've been shown a lot of love and made me understand that love really is the key to, like, achieving the things that we as a people want to achieve. But many times we see other options above the love, and we really never understand what love means. Do you understand? So I just thought that I could maybe use my album to sell love, which is also the greatest of all commandments from God, the ultimate, you know. Yeah, and it's likely to have like 14 songs, and you know, it's a beautiful body of work that I'm looking to release at the end of the year.
On this love note.
Yeah, you see, say we talk about love, beautiful breeze, like the blow, you know, to affirm the fact that love is indeed the key, you know.
Before we continue with our chat, I'm giving you a sneak peek into Camoo's performance during our mid-year party somewhere in 2020. Enjoy.
Listen now, you want more of my comedy, cause it gets rid of your allergy. Yo, 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 hey. Yo, 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 yeah, yeah, yeah. Ah, your leg no fit my wallaby, so you chose to wear Charlie water from me, yeah, yeah. Oh, Charlie, my girl, no get shame, MG Maria, oh, Ria. Everybody say, if you will bring me blessing. Although you they bring me blessing, oh, baby you they bring me blessing, whoa, whoa, MG. Yeah, see, like a millipede, take it slow for me. Killy, laruso, go sing. Killy, I they show you ring. Yeah, I call you Tinini and you come to me. Give it to me and you make her eat, whoa, whoa. Baby, you make my head to the sweet, oh. Intimate me with a better life. For that part, I never your mind. You and me up on that thing like this. Continue to do me like this. Oh, OMG, Maria. Everybody say, baby, you will bring me blessing. Oh, although you they bring me blessing. Oh, baby, you they bring me blessing. OMG, Maria. So Maria, let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no. Say Maria, let me put my hands around ya. Let me take you to my home, baby Gigi. I no go palanga lekwa, no.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen for yourself Camido's performance, which wouldn't have been possible, of course, without his manager, George Britton.
Yeah. Nah, still wouldn't have been possible without GhanaWeb. Like, you guys welcomed us, and I remember very well, you guys were really, really like lovely. Like, everyone was lovely, and I just wish we had continued throughout the night. It was fun.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
It's because of you. You were not boring, so yeah.
Yeah, man.
Speaking of your manager, George Britton.
Yeah.
How do you feel when he goes out to say controversial stuff and people bash him for it? How do you feel?
I mean, that's the other brand. So that one, it has nothing to, it's limited to the other brand, you know, him as a pundit or whatever, you know. So that one there, I don't feel anything. I feel like it's part of the job, you know. Every job comes with, you know, the bashments and all of that. So me, I'm not really like, so long as he's healthy for us to continue the work that we're doing, the beautiful work that we're doing, I'm good to go.
But sometimes you don't go like, hey, this statement you made there.
Oh, George, he knows what he's doing. Like, he's been in the game for quite some time, so he knows what he's doing. So that one, yeah, I don't have anything. Me, what can I say? I'm a baby.
He made a comment about Miss V's comeback. I'm sure you.
And I'm sure that if you actually went to listen to I was there during the interview. I think, you know, if you actually listen to the proper interview and you heard what he said, I don't think that people always take people's comments out of context and then they come back to write their blogs and all of that.
So what did he say?
Right now, I chop plenty of I forget that one. You know, it was in 2020. You know.
So you were like, if I heard what he said, so you should tell me because I didn't.
Yeah, but I was there, and my mind can tell me that he didn't say anything bad about an artist, because I will not be happy if my manager makes a silly statement about another, like my colleague artist. You know, it will not be a good thing, because another artist's manager can say a more silly thing about me, and he will also not be happy. But I know for a fact that, you know, true for God, like I said. He didn't say anything bad. So yeah, you know. So I'm good.
What are some comments, ever since you started music?
Yeah. What
are some comments that you have heard about yourself that you are surprised that, is this really me, or there's another Camido somewhere else?
I don't think that I've so far heard any negative thing about me that I wasn't cool with. So far, it's always been and I like the way, because I think that if you give people something ill to talk about, then they will talk about it. Do you understand? But if you don't give people, if you always frown your face, people will say, why is he always frowning his face? But if you always give people a cheerful face, they will, unless of course these people are crazy, you know, they say what they haven't seen.
So you've not really heard any
Nah. So far so good.
Stuff.
So far so good. It's Camido, you know. Oh, nah, they just say that Emma be pay me because they haven't seen me paying ma, you know.
And why do they say Emma be pay though?
They just think that with the nature of my music, and I'm good looking, obviously, they think that ladies love people like me. But, and also, you know, they say what they want to say.
Now one cause I was shy Emma pay.
Oh, man can't try me. So far, no, a man can't try me. Say, oh, me pearl. So I cannot say that a man pay me. But if I get more than 10 ladies telling me at a go, say, you pearl. If I say,
but that's impossible. They can't tell you at a go.
I'm
in
sure
a day.
They are
in your DMs.
In a day. But if I get one woman in 2 weeks, you know, one in 2 weeks, I cannot make a statement that a man pay me. Do you understand?
Which you are not getting?
Yes, I'm not getting.
Hey!
It will not be easy. The last time I saw Bosom P. Young tweeted, he was like, these girls think that we get girls, but we indeed don't get girls. We indeed don't get the girls. People think that we the artists, we get the girls, but we indeed don't get the girls. We did not pass everybody.
I don't believe you on that one, but let's move on.
Open me.
Let's move on.
You see, me. You know, jokes on me.
So, some veterans actually have come out to say that the music that the new school artists are churning out these days, and really nothing good to write home about.
Nothing good?
Yes, in that, with respect to lyrics, with respect to even instruments and a whole lot, some of them have actually come to express bitterness about it.
We all cannot sing about the same stuff. We all cannot sing the same way that the predecessors sang. That's a no-no. Like, that's like putting people in a box to sing about the things that you thought that was nice at that time. And you cannot put people in a box. Like, people, creativity. Remember, it's about creativity. People have to, like, exploit what is in them. People only can give you what is in them. They can't give you what is in a machididi. If you are getting the point I'm trying to make, like,
your point.
I can only put what is in me. Let me not burn in the process of trying to express myself passionately.
I'm getting your point.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is there's one thing to be creative.
Yeah.
And there's another to turn out something of good quality. And whether you like it or not, I'm not going to ask you, but deep down, you know that there are some artists now that their songs are like, yo.
There have been bad artists at that time. Also, there have been bad artists, and which they also know that there have been bad artists at that time also. So I think that every era is going to come with good artists and bad artists. Let's not try to make it seem like the new artists are not good. Don't you like my music? Don't you like Mr. Drew's music? Don't you like King Promise's music? Don't you like Jackie's music? Don't you like so many Malcolm Nuna's music? Don't you like so many new artists coming on the block bringing positive music? The ones that are not bringing the positive ones too, I think that are listening to the criticisms, and if they want to go far, then because only good things go far or go farther than negative stuff. Even though the media really highlights the negatives a lot, for people to know. But I just think that once you're doing good music, you will go far. And if you want to go far, you will focus on doing good stuff. So, I really just think that this era has good musicians.
I'm sure before you entered music, you set certain targets for yourself.
Yep.
Do you feel you have been able to achieve them?
Plenty, by the grace of God. Plenty. 3 music awards. Bagam. BGMA. Bagam. Performing at GhanaWeb. Bagam. Performing at all them big stages. Bagam. Rapperholic. December to Remember. All of them shows was when I was coming up, I was really, really praying God. I really want to show my talent on these stages, award schemes. I wanted to perform so bad, and now we're here. Travel to do a tour in London, bruh. Who wouldn't be this grateful? I'm grateful. I'm happy. I feel a little bit fulfilled. The journey still continues. A lot of things. So I still want to do a major show in London, all them halls, fill the dome from Ghana, do UK, do America. I want to do concerts. I want to do proper concerts, bring my Ghanaian brothers along. I see the Nigerians doing a lot, and I want to do it. Sarkodie did it before, when it was his show called History in the Making. And, I want to do it. I really want to do it. These are my targets.
Did you grow up in the UK?
I didn't grow up in the UK, but I had a lot of UK people around me.
Is that why you have a UK accent?
I know they say laugh one or laugh one or two times, But I look forward to really perfecting my English. I don't love. It's not like it's not like Ghana has an accent. It's not like Ghana has an accent, but we take all the mix inside, But I just love, and the UK is more about English, and I love to better my English, So sometimes
you have a huge audience in UK.
Plenty.
So do you look forward to working with some of the artists like YX Bane,
Skepta?
Yeah.
I've already begun.
Fans and stuff.
I've already begun with UG, and big shout outs to UG. Like, I know that that's gonna open the door, you know, to Skepta. I wanna sing like some slick hook for Skepta, you know, something beautiful for Skepta. Geeks. The group, what's the name of the group? NSG. Like, get the gang, man. Make music with these people. Like, I love all these people, but it has to start from Ghana. Also, like, I obviously want to make like collaborations with like Ghanaian artists, like plenty Ghanaian artists. I want to do plenty collaborations. Yeah. So, hopefully, you know, God give us life, strength. We do it.
I know the conversation is getting interesting, but let's take a pause here and go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
Yeah, me say me to rap, but me tea boy when can I began to clap. Hey, punchlines ne flow set up. Abrantepa Discovery, I be the bab.
Yeah, well, my name is P for Prince. Let's take it from there. Bunch lyrics. Yeah, I want to know the way I do my rap. Me make cassava ne pa me hold a big man. My shadow is under madam magab. Manya wade never sorry pay you can plan. Ka wo pese we did me but you can't. Mokotena me ye one zam. And you show this am pen and me brand. And this is coming ni be me clan. Yana me pese me di be na we di be fisa na me to wa me hu no sorry pay you can see. Me son aponche black got for me on the daytime. You deny you can never find me.
Bunch lyrics. Charlie. What's up? P for Prince. 90 bunch lyrics is in everything. Why bunch lyrics?
Okay, bunch lyrics is you free. Your team ni your team vem. Na your moto ni ya bunch. Because I bunch ya. Just eka. It's no we bunch ni free. We know your slogan, your team ni slogan, and me add it to me there. Okay. Bunch lyrics is.
But the name actually you are using is P for Prince.
P for Prince.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is Prince your real name?
Yeah, Prince my real
name. Okay. Where do you get your inspiration from?
Actually, I don't know, but when I just started music, I was following someone. I follow Sarkodie.
Okay. Yeah,
like
because
he inspired me, like
a bit of Sarkodie.
He inspired me to do music, and as time goes on, I started. Feeling my own. Like I started doing my own thing on, like doing things on my own. Like, yeah, so. Right now, I'm feeling myself.
Yeah. And you know, they say Jenny no, it is saying, we shall see free him and a hen no abidu.
Okay, so I say 5 years ni after say me complete SHS na shall say. But before I say make SHS na yeah music, but now I wasn't that serious. See after say SHS 2016 na me before music and it's so tight up till now. You be switching them here.
I see. So far, no sha. Saying it here, who so, who ye ni obeti me, but ma, and I said then, who progress no say na osha obe measure.
Okay, progress no there. Sometimes you know, artists be here more, but I thought that hard work and so then it pay. Because right now no, no enche bia ya shall say, ya say ye she ase. No, we kasa about. Artist, favorite artist. Yeah, Ghanaian favorite artist. And you know, you better travel, but yes, right now, your chance here. It's artist be a so Ghana be a fan once a man in the form of rap. Near yet about the bio na the 20. And no one say a movie because there are some people who say a good work. Say GhanaWeb TV ne Fox TV na then to almost share content na then so with me was a hard work and so. And also pay.
And you say musician ben much run home rap.
Yeah, so far I have 4 episodes.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarkodie, yeah, Obrafo, yeah, Reggie Rockstone, and our Chama Kwame.
I see.
Yeah.
Imudian na be person be perform my SSA. And I'm here.
Ni na happy on YouTube.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm sure say we Sarkodie.
Okay, shall
all right, listen. Fiti ase na ye penny for say rapping them want to wusu kamenya kwa ko adru tema boy am teso na rapping me bubo me se dom peka de ene manyim onyam bio afi ne me dai so ne se me de me ma bedu baby na se wobi anyim ayempo a me ankasa me gina manam mu na ma hye me trumpet apotra me kumi dansuom obede be pon obede na so we di na ye de to me ne Michael wusu kwasi ado me peka saba me ho ohene you lifetime na ye wo me se Ghana for me rapper na ba no ne matene na be di nchene maso me jane fese rapper na me sensene time meto this day na me wie na me call as a rapper she me mini na me mene adom kasa high level na me gina mu pampe and na me so na rappers ni bi madai me twa kanto be du pe na mani wana so gase e komode me ba wadwe ne sam high no mu na me share dan kan me twist na me so me yi ni 1-1 wo entertainment level na me person be bedom wo bo mo de ma ne te be pam me ne mo teptin tam ha ma te me ne pe na wo follow ma me na wo se hwan ba ne mu fa ko me gu ni ma me ye
say who release enyum na response no at saying what's the feedback that you are getting?
Okay, response ni good say right now no minya so far started minya comment bi as obi a comment say it's bad or na yinye ni say I think say every episode sana say send ye ko enim bia no it's all they need, so that's what we're doing.
I see. Is it future no who is saying one man who a certain number of years Osha I was say by then no blow just a blow will be a tunka.
Okay, and this year this year so I said this year we're going to be there.
And how are you working towards it?
Okay, right now on there we need to a team you go so ejuma and so far there shishi anana are you focus for because it's a big whole thing.
Bunch of lyricists, P for Prince. Social media handles
P for Prince large.
Okay.
Instagram, P for Prince large, you pay Facebook and P for Prince official YouTube. It's in a P for Prince baby.
Okay.
Then rappers are than TikTok fans. Try to give a chance and I'm to watch some with you saying so watching I go feed the deadline. Uni permit and I want to cast away your rapper. I told me with the stamina I'm a border saying, hey, Sebona Casana, you become a bit sala. What that's and I was able to tell Giant and I really want to do this. The person who be too big. It's like a rapper in the Union be do me quite chair. I feel I'm a big. All right, let me do my music. Okasada do massa music. I cast away in the tribune and word and I said, Winnie man and I brought a kind of bullshit. Large. Bam!
By default, oh by default, I would like to hold you down. I would like to show you nicer things inside me. Oh baby, mega hesitate you. That's why I'll be available. I'll be available to you. Anytime you want me, you can have me. You can have me anytime. I'll be available. I'll be available to you and you. Anytime you want me, you can have me. Boomba,
Yes, we'll be available. We are still here with Camido, and we're moving on to our next, segment, which is like a game sort of. But before we get to that segment, let me ask you this: how would you feel if a girl you are so much into, all of a sudden is insecure about your career? How would you feel about that? And what are some of the things that you tell her as an assurance?
Yeah, there's nothing, trust me, like that. I think that many artists, many creatives in the industry are facing. Many just don't talk about it. It's one of the things that push partners away from us. It's one of the major things because people feel very insecure because we're exposed to ladies, vice versa. The ladies are exposed to men every single time. And, our work kind of like takes us deep into the night, doing concerts and all of that. And it's crazy. Not everyone is able to handle it. Many people fail at marriages in the industry. That is the bitter truth. But we just pray that the Almighty God who has given us this path, who obviously has a plan for us. Some people, they find a way around it. People find a way around it. And I think that as long as we committed to God and we're determined, we will find our way around it. So media, I'm not stressed about that.
You haven't answered my question.
I just think that, to answer your question, I have been through that before.
So what did you tell the girl?
I didn't say anything. It got messed up. I say, shit. It's kind of shit. I lost the relationship to insecurities that my partner was feeling because I was in this line of work, and it hurt me so bad because she was one beautiful lady. And
oh, is that what inspired you to sing the...
For my lover?
Yes. Because it has similar lyrics.
No, that particular lyrics was not really about my case, but it was knowing that I have been through that, and so I knew that people...
You drew inspiration.
Yeah, I drew
from
inspiration, like, you know, from that to sing that song, like especially the intro.
Yes.
Yeah.
You always doing music.
Yeah, right. It's not easy. It's not easy, like for you to be out there and not even have time for your partners, travel all around the world, and you are seen on TV. These same people see you on TV hugging girls and all of that. It's not easy, babe.
Are you as romantic as your songs portray?
I am very romantic. That one, I can't lie. I am very romantic. Yeah, I'm very romantic. and, you know, unfortunately, it's not something that we can just experiment, so.
No, but...
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm just joking.
Oh, but... Okay. You can still name 2 instances where you have been romantic. Not like the intimacy aspect, but there are some other ways, by all means, that you have been romantic.
Yeah. Like, you know, I remember, like, me traveling basically because my partner said that she missed me. Aww. And she wanted to just spend time with me. She was just feeling like lonely, and I had to travel from I think we were in Takrady, so I traveled from Takrady back to the Volta region just to spend time with, like, you know, this lady. And I felt like I did something very romantic, because if I could leave my work and come just to have, you know, time, spend time on the bed. We didn't go out or anything. It was just me lying by her on the bed and just talking stories and all of that. And you know, that, you know, ladies, they love that a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was just one example of how far I can go for love.
Have you ever had a one-night stand?
One-night stand? No, I don't think I've had that before. Like, it's not really a one-night stand, because obviously we talk before these things, you know, start to happen, you know, but it's not, I've not had that before.
But
I don't think I'm easy like that. I don't think I'm easy to have a one-night stand. I don't think that I'm that easy. Yeah, I'm hard to get, actually. Yeah.
I see. So, okay, so back to the game.
But we cry if I'm home.
You are, you know, artist, so we need to know. You know, we are curious.
I have to start limiting some things that I say.
No, you don't have to. So far as you push yourself out there, be ready to tell it.
Yeah.
So we are playing a game. So, okay, you're going to name. I'm going to mention 3 things, and then you're going to point out one that you cannot step out without. As a man. Are you ready?
I'm very ready.
Okay. So number 1 is a condom. Number 2 is an after morning pill. And then number 3 is extra money for in case of any contingency plan.
Oh, that one there, the money
so,
I have to do without. I can move without a condom, because obviously like I said, I'm not easy to, you know, get, so I don't just have sex. Obviously that is like godly. Sex is godly for me. I feel like sex is really like godly. I take my time, and you know, whom I'm having sex with is really important. So I can actually do without a condom, and then money after pill. Who has time for that? No.
Are you serious?
No, I'm just saying, like, if I'm gonna have sex with somebody I don't want to marry, then, like, obviously condom, you know. But if, like I said, I really mind who I'm having sex with, you know. So I don't think that it will get to the point where I have to be taking after pills and all of that, because I have to protect the sex, you know. Don't you protect your sex?
So what's your take on weed?
Please, you
okay, do you no. I'm the one doing the questioning here. So do you smoke your weed, or you put it in your stuff? Like your tea or your porridge or stuff?
My weed is different. My weed is in my head. My weed is in my head. So I don't have to smoke it. My weed is in my head. I don't have to smoke it. You can ask anybody. They ask me, they like, so the weed way that we hear say people go feed smoke and way they make lively, you know. You know how they come. I'm like, my only they emit them. My body they emit the weed.
How does your body emit?
Check my body.
Camilo, stop putting me in a bottle.
Shake my body, weedy. You know. Yeah, next question.
No, we are not going anywhere. We are stuck here. Do you put it? Do you
But how about
put
you?
it in? No,
You like to smoke it?
no.
You smoke your weed?
I'm not answering that. I'm asking you. Do you smoke it, or you put it in your brownies, or your porridge, or your tea?
I haven't tried that before, but I think that on my 29th birthday, I'll definitely want to try brownie. Yeah, like when people are bringing me cake on my 29th birthday, just make it like one of those. Yeah, and the funny thing is, me self, I know they chop the cake. So George Britton and the team, them go crazy.
Are you saying George Britton to?
No, because if them go taste the cake before I go chop up. You know,
But
me too, I don't like cake.
does George Britton also push?
Maybe the way in beer day too, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
The beer gang crew will come for you.
I'm just playing. If you want to get all the news, live, get on GhanaWeb. Me don't say so. Don't go nowhere. News available on GhanaWeb. Boom, that no. Me don't on the team, aka Mr. Grind on Stop. And I'll be available on all digital streaming platforms. Look out for the album Lights Out on the way coming. Peace and love. Always log on to www.ghanaweb.com. Boom, say so.
Finally, we have come to an end of this interesting conversation with Camoo. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. We hope to come your way another time with much more interesting conversation with your favorite artist. This has been Talkatainment, and I am your host, Elsie Lama.
Say them, they follow me, oh, follow me, oh. They follow me, cause they know say, bounce up on this and give me blessing. They follow me, oh. Oh, the munye, oh, jipe majarava. Eh, makwaba wo jipe make for what I like ba. Lo, ole munye, ojiba machara palo, makwabe wojiba make for what I like ba. Yeah, say me I came from a miracle. Nobody thought I will survive. Way back in my middle school, yo, my teacher tell me, boy, you so different. My uncle na the day kwe na ba matovo for la moto me. I'm a wajiha, popo, fonya pahadeka, kwetogo fole, odome.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hello, my name is Priscilla Na Akle Planch. I'm a survivor of a road accident. It wasn't easy for me. I went through 6 surgeries, and for 2 years I was using crutches. It wasn't an easy experience, and I don't want you to go through the same. So please, follow all the road safety regulations that you have to. Don't drive tired, don't drink and drive. And to my fellow friends who ride motorcycles, please, the road signals are for you as well. Please pay attention to them. Stay safe, do the right thing, and save a life.
The conversations in the world of sports has been about the European Super League, which is being spearheaded by the top clubs in Europe. Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Liverpool are the front as they seek to break away from the UEFA Champions League. We tabled this for a riveting discussion on this special report on GhanaWeb TV. What do you think about this particular thing? Should the clubs move, or you think that this will affect the pyramid of football? My name is Joel Ishen, and this is GhanaWeb TV. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, the analysis and the discussions start. Welcome back from the break. It is still watching GhanaWeb TV, and this is our special report and analysis on what is going on in Europe and whether it can have effect on African football. Top clubs are planning to break away from the UEFA Champions League, and there's been discussions about it all over the world. Today, I'm being joined by my colleague, Perez Ezwakwao. He's with the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and also to my immediate right, I have Emmanuel Ayamga from Pause Ghana. Good day, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here.
Thanks for having us on your show.
It's great to be here.
All right. So the conversations in the world of sports for the past 48 hours has been about the European Super League. I'll start with you first, Ayamga. When you heard about the possible breakup, what came into mind?
Well, I was a bit surprised. I wasn't too surprised as well, because this is an idea that has been mooted for years now. Okay. What I didn't think was that some clubs will have the balls to bring it up in this particular moment, because if you look at things that are happening, the world is currently going through a pandemic, and so I was thinking that everybody would be thinking of how to unite the world through football. So in terms of me being surprised, that was why I knew this idea had been mooted and it was something the big clubs were considering, but then I didn't think it would come this early. That was so surprising. But then I'm not too surprised that it has come too, because our big clubs have shown that they are in for the money.
It's just about money.
It's about the money, and so they are always looking out for their own interests. So I wasn't really surprised when I heard about my own Manchester United and then Chelsea, and then other European heavyweights being involved.
All right. So let me come to you. According to the proposal, they intend to start the new project in August 2021. When you heard that your darling club Arsenal, though you've not been in the Champions League for the past 3 seasons, are likely to play in Europe with the top guys, what was your reaction when you heard that?
I think from a football perspective, as a fan, you will be a bit disappointed that you'll be happy, but in a way disappointed that your club is going to compete with the top clubs in the world, but it's not going to compete based on the fact that it's qualified, but based on the fact that due to the selfish ideas of a certain group of investors, your club is going to it, and especially the reasons being, put forth or being brought forth or being given by the people behind this particular European project. And you think of it, and it's purely money. And if you are an Arsenal fan and you look at what the club used to represent, especially under Arsene Wenger, you'll be disappointed that we've come this far. But you will not be surprised that it's happening under Stan Kroenke, because the club has been moving from the fans to the owner ever since Stan Kroenke took over. So it's a bit disappointing. But from an Arsenal perspective and looking at Arsenal under Stan Kroenke, it's not surprising.
Okay, so we're still talking about the European Super League. You can let us know what you think about this particular thing. Should the clubs move on with their plans, or they should listen to what the other stakeholders like FIFA and UEFA are saying? including the fans and ex-players. So I will be running you through the clubs who are leading this project. And if you go to England, we have 6 clubs: Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City, and also the big guys, Man United. But Spurs is also in the list. And I know you'll be asking yourself, when the Spurs become a big club in Europe? Because they've won virtually nothing in Europe. And if you go to the Spanish Premier La Liga, we have record champions Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Atletico Madrid. And Italy, we have the old ladies Juventus, AC Milan, and their neighbors International Milan. Of all the clubs that I've mentioned, which club you think that no, these guys or this team doesn't even deserve to be in this league, if it is something that we should even hail?
Okay, so for me personally, my problem with this whole Super League idea is that it doesn't encourage competition. Okay. It's trying to give some clubs a better right to which is something that shouldn't happen, because football as it is has a pyramid system, and the reason why we love the football the way it is because we get to see some fairy tale stories. If you give some teams a better right, you are no longer going to see something like what happened with Leicester winning the Premier League.
The Premier League. You
wouldn't see something like Blackburn winning the Premier League. Even in Spain, you wouldn't see something like Atletico Madrid winning the La Liga if that was the case, because it would have been those teams wouldn't even have had the opportunity to even compete with the big clubs. Now back to your question, I think that for now, Arsenal don't deserve to be there. Arsenal haven't qualified for the Champions League for like they don't deserve
in
to
the
be
past
there.
4 seasons or so.
And even when they have been there, their last stop has been the round of 16 stage. This is not an elite club. Tottenham, they don't deserve to be there. Why? They've competed in just one Champions League final.
The thing is that I disagree.
Okay.
I'm not talking because of Arsenal. You can't limit the greatness of a club to what the club has achieved.
But they are talking about elite clubs. No, you can't. They are talking about elite clubs in Europe.
A lot of factors.
Okay.
The history of the club.
So Arsenal has more history than Ajax or Benfica or Porto.
I'm saying you have to take into cognizance a lot of factors.
No, but you are talking about history.
Okay.
One of them is the fan base. One of them is the club's pool. What pool does Ajax have? If we are sitting at the table and are discussing money, we are discussing bringing eyes to a competition. How many eyes will Ajax bring to the table? And
that's why we are not talking about money.
The reason why
football is more than money.
My thing is that in the last 15 years or so, football has moved from a purely social activity to a quasi-social marketing or corporate entity, and it's now moving towards a complete business entity where people don't really think about the concern of fans.
Yeah, so it's about I get my money at the end of the day.
Now, what happened on Sunday was the final nail in the coffin from the departure of football from a recreational or a fan-based activity to a typical business entity where we run it and we do it basically because of the money we get.
Okay.
And that's what happened on Sunday. So if you criticize the Arsenal and say that Arsenal doesn't deserve a chair or a place at the table because we don't have a Champions League trophy.
No, but it's not only about Champions League. You don't have an European trophy.
In terms of finances.
Okay.
Okay. In terms of supporters, when you take away maybe Bayern Munich, of all the 12 clubs in there, you take away Bayern Munich, which are not part, and maybe which other club is also not in there. In terms of following,
I think you say Paris Saint-Germain.
I don't think PSG has more following than us.
No, but
Dortmund could be close.
Yeah.
Dortmund could be close, but Dortmund, in terms of, you can't place them on the same in terms of how the pool they get. Arsenal have the chance or the opportunity of playing in the Premier League that has almost every weekend has hundreds of thousands of eyeballs watching them. Yeah. Arsenal has a history behind him. Arsenal is valued much more. Arsenal is in the top 10 or in the top 15 of the world's most valuable clubs. Yeah. The other clubs, what argument can you make for them? Can you make same argument for Ajax? Can you make same argument for Porto?
No, let me cut in. Now, the reason why I'm not mentioning Arsenal among the elite clubs is because I'm talking from the perspective of having the merits of being in the competition. Arsenal do not merit being in a Super League. And I'm saying no. Okay, so
I'm coming, guys. So we are talking about Arsenal. Arsenal haven't been in a competition for the past 4 seasons or so. What about AC Milan? and international.
I'm coming. I was naming the clubs and then he cut me. But I'm saying if what from what Perez is saying, he's trying to say that because football has moved from a social entity to a more corporate and purely business entity, we should allow it to. Are you saying we should allow it to continue that way?
We like it or not. That's the.
And that is why there has been no. It's not as if every club has the power to do whatever they like, and that is why there has been objections from a lot of fans as well.
Other stakeholders. You're a United fan.
Sure.
How many times haven't you sat back and watched this from Manchester United? I have seen Arsenal sack over 55 people and sign and give over 220,000 a week contract to Aubameyang. And I'm saying if Wenger was around, that wouldn't happen because Wenger would say that this club goes beyond just winning trophies or just winning matches. We have a social aspect of the club. We have that makes the fans, that makes the club appeal to the fans. So we must protect that aspect. Now, by that move, what Arsenal told you,
and I think is the reason why the Arsenal ticket is the most expensive in Europe, even though they've not been winning trophies.
I'm not trying to defend the ES, so I'm not trying to make a case for Arsenal. What I'm saying is that when it comes to discussing the top issues of football now, it's who has money.
Okay.
It is.
Okay. So it's about who has money.
No, it's not.
Now, okay.
So if it was about who has money, then the Arabs can come and buy any club and then turn them into a superpower.
They are buying them.
They are buying, but not all of them are superpower. There's a reason why the Newcastle takeover didn't happen. You know why it didn't happen?
Manchester United gone by the FFP rules. What happened? PSG and Man City were flouting the rules. What happened to them? Nothing.
That is
okay.
True. So those are things that need to be corrected.
Okay, so
that doesn't mean because one bad thing has been done, we should continue that way.
That cannot happen. So we've spoken about Arsenal. I think 10 years ago, Arsenal were forced to reckon with in Europe, and now we have a certain Spurs that for their entire existence they've only played in the semi-finals once and finals once, but they are also in it.
And even City, who have never played in a European final.
Yes.
So how do you qualify this team as an elite team that deserves a place over Ajax, over Porto, over Benfica, who have actually won it?
The finances.
No, you are reducing everything to finance. That's why I don't agree with you.
That's what the game has become about.
No, that's why it is heading. It's not what it has become about. That's why it is heading. But we don't need to
drawn.
The line has been drawn.
The line
at the end of the day, there has been stiff opposition to that line that has been drawn. Not everybody wants to cross that line. Of course, there are things that are happening, like the FFP rules that we are talking about are not working like they are supposed to work. But it doesn't mean because it has happened, but we should allow it to happen.
Okay.
That's why there are organizations that are supposed to check those things. You get it? And that's why there's opposition. I'm sure.
So at the end of the day, at the end, I think those who are also watching us will also give us reasons why they think that some of these teams don't deserve to be in the Champions League. Personally, for me, AC Milan is a top club, but for the past 10 years, they've done nothing for them to be in the league.
You can't limit the existence of a club, the achievement or record of a club.
I think
what has transpired in 5 or 6 years.
I think Perez is not getting what I'm talking about. We are not limiting any club's achievement. What I'm saying is that competitions are supposed to happen based on merit. And that is why we have a top 4 in the Premier League. If you are not in the top 4, you don't make the Champions League. It is called the Champions League. It's meant for clubs.
It's champions. You perform. It's not about your history.
Earn it.
Yes,
that's the word. And I like yesterday when Leeds held Liverpool to a draw. They tweeted that they have earned the right to have a draw with Liverpool. They earned the draw. They didn't just go there and say, okay, because you are playing Liverpool, give me a draw and let me. You have to earn it. Imagine when you give birth right to some clubs. What happens? It means Arsenal can choose. Okay, then the Premier League is no longer relevant. I'll play my reserve team in Premier League and then take my foot. And what happens to football? As a fan, if you have seen your team play the second team for the league,
and I think even for some fans, they don't watch the FA Cups and the Carabao because they know that their team might not use their top players to play. All right, so we've been talking about the Super League, and now the argument between the two guys here. One is saying that football, as we are saying now, is all about money. But for Ayamga, we shouldn't limit football to just money. As there is a pyramid, we have to follow. Now, this whole thing about the Super League is about money. They've been quoting some figures. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we will delve into the figures and see why some people think that the clubs should go ahead and break away from the Champions League.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back from the break. You're still watching GhanaWeb TV, and it's our special discussion on the European Super Cup. Now, we've been talking about whether some of the teams deserve to be in the competition or not. But the aspect of the discussion is also about money. And I'll be giving you the rundown of how things will go if this happens in August 2021. Now, if you do a comparative analysis of what the clubs might get in playing in the UEFA Champions League and the Super Cup, this is the figures. Now, if you participate in the Champions League, that is, if you qualify, you get 12.5 million euros. Now, the participation fee for the European Super Cup is 350 million euros. If the TV rights in the Champions League, you get 60 million euros. You get 202 million euros for TV rights in the Super League. 250 million euros as the prize money for the Super League, and 100 million euros for the winner of the UEFA Champions League. If you are a club owner, Ayamga, and you get this analysis and this presentation from maybe a possible investor, what will you do?
As a club owner, definitely you'll be enticed, and it's since you are into football for money. Yeah. I know most of the club owners are into it for money because it's an investment.
Is there any club owner in any top division who is not after money?
Well, of course, all of them are after the money. But these are millionaires and billionaires. These are guys who are already millionaires and billionaires already. So they need their money, but they don't need it to the extent that they need to shake away the social aspect of football just for the money. Because before they join, and the thing is, if football was not attractive, they wouldn't have invested their money into football. There's a reason why they invested their money, and that was because of one, the entertainment aspect of football. You get it before even the social.
Are we not going to get the entertainment because now this evening Chelsea will be playing against Brighton? Now in the Super League, you see Chelsea will be playing against Milan, Madrid,
that is how it will
Barca,
start.
Man U. So like you get big games.
I'm happy you mentioned
yes.
That is how it will start. But in the next 2-3 years, should it happen in this August like they are planning to do, it will be exciting. But let's look at the next 3, 4, 5 years. You know what will happen? You have Barcelona beating us now 5-1, 6-1 every year. And no, as a fan, that is what didn't we see it in the Champions League?
Yeah, but
Bayern and Barcelona were beating us now 5-1. It was routine. As now we're making it into the Champions League already, all right. Yeah. And they were getting beaten 5-1, 6-1. It didn't happen. It happened. Didn't. From 2011 to 2015, Arsenal were losing 5-1, 6-1 to Bayern and then Barcelona almost each year. And this is what's going to happen. Imagine Tottenham meeting a club like Barcelona or a club like Madrid. Tottenham are good, all right. They are a club that is coming up. But the golf inequality between Tottenham and a club like Madrid or a club like Barcelona is very, very huge. AC Milan are building themselves back, united. But these clubs are nowhere near the elite of European football at the moment. If we are being honest, and that's why United is playing in the Europa, not even in the Europa League. Okay, Arsenal can't even qualify.
But I'm sure that Arsenal wants to win the Europa League to get back in the Champions League.
They are not even in Europe. The elite European club competition
is the Champions League,
and you can't even qualify. So do you think you are an elite European club at the moment? You are not.
Okay, so let me come to you now. We've heard from UEFA. They released a joint press release with La Liga, Serie A, and the Premier League. Now, with the figures that we've seen, and the clubs can get excess of 800 million euros if you win the trophy in the Super League. The stance from UEFA, do you think that it should be enough to deter these clubs from breaking away?
I think UEFA is threatened. UEFA is threatened because if the ESL is allowed to go, basically that's the end of the Champions League. And that's UEFA's cash cow.
Oh, well, wouldn't it be fine that maybe probably in 2024 we get Leicester versus Atletico Bilbao, UEFA Champions League final?
Watch at the same time, ESL is fetching you, or is bringing Real Madrid versus Barcelona.
A Clasico final that we've
one club.
you see, where is forgetting something?
No,
there was a time if you compare Chelsea in the 90s and early 2000s to Chelsea from the mid 2000s onwards, you see the difference and how Chelsea has grown. There will always be big clubs in the major leagues,
and it's all about money.
It's about money. But you see, the reason why I disagree is that if by Arsenal deciding or Manchester deciding to join this club, Arsenal has access to close to 400 million
euros.
Let me say in Canadian pound, compare that, how much will Leicester get? Now, the ESL will have the opportunity of getting the biggest deals when it comes to the TV rights.
Yeah. Because if you even see the charts,
80% of footballs, 80 to 90% of footballs will be in that competition. Now, what will be that? What will be the option? If I'm an investor, if I'm the owner of maybe Sky Sports or BT, why would I want to invest in a game between Leicester and Brighton that wouldn't fetch maybe close to 50,000 eyeballs? No. That's because they don't have the stars. And the money, the thing is that the clubs have already used the existing football structures to enrich themselves, and now they are taking it a notch. And by doing so, what they are depriving the lower clubs of money, because they will get all the big sponsors because they have the stars, they have the connections. You have Perez, you have Kroenke. Look at JP Morgan. That JP Morgan is backing the PR firm backing the whole year. It's huge.
Yeah, and you see the name of JP Morgan brings in a different dimension to this argument that, you know, the English Premier League is one of the biggest exports in UK. Now, some of these ex-players are saying that it is a way that America wants to destroy the UK economy. Can we draw that line between this whole thing? But because whether we like it or not, at the end of the day, it's the Premier League that is bringing majority of the attention to this whole argument.
Sure.
Well, I don't agree with that. I think, although there are more American owners now in the Premier League than ever, I don't think it's a deliberate ploy to crumble the UK economy. Why am I saying that? Because I feel the UK government still has a lot of power, and I've heard some government officials threatening to not give work permits to players who will join the European Super League. So I think there's still a lot they can do. But like Perez said, this is if it happens, it will kill the Premier League. It will kill other domestic leagues. And for now, if you look at the power that the Premier League has, it's already beating most of the European leagues already. But if this happens, then it will be the final nail in the coffin.
Okay, so at the end of the day, the main actors of this whole thing are the players. Where do the players stand in all this? Because we've heard from some of them. Yesterday, after the Liverpool game, James Milner, who was the captain of the day, said that to him, he prays that it won't happen. We've heard from Ander Herrera, because PSG have decided not to play. We've heard from Mesut Ozil. Can the players go against this to make sure that it doesn't happen?
I was having a discussion with someone. I said there are only two groups, or only two people can stop this: the players through FIFPro and the UK government.
Okay.
The UK government can decide to say, if you're a football club and you join, you are revoking your license. We don't allow you to practice in our country. And the reason why a whole lot of us watch match time is because you are in England. So if you can't play in England, who else will watch you? So the UK club can, in a way, force the thing to stop. The players can, and the players, because they are the actors. If we decide not to join a league, in as much as we are contractual.
But the contract on the players, like the agreement they had with the clubs, it was to play in the Premier League, the Champions League. So now, if you are being expelled from these leagues,
the players through FIFPro or can come together. And I understand there is going to be a meeting among the captains in the Premier League. Henderson has Rashford has spoken against it. If they all come together and say, this is not what we signed up for.
So we will not play.
We think football belongs, in as much as you deserve or you want your money, football belongs to the fans.
Okay.
The reason why we love the game is the thrill of the fact that Arsenal could go from being an invisible team to being relegation battle. Chelsea can go from a team that used to battle 10th and 11th place years ago to a team that is big now. That's the truth. That's the reason why we love the game. What you are bringing on board, you are taking away that aspect. And as key actors in the game, we can't be party to this. If the players make this argument and declare a firm stance like some of them already have, then I think this thing will fall into, will collapse. It will go. But the other fear is that I read a story where I understand the ESL, they've infiltrated the agents. And a few weeks ago, the agents of Gary Bill and I think Raola granted an interview to the Athletic where they were very critical of FIFA and UEFA. Now, if you have these two powerful people who represent the world of the agents backing this project and they decide to convince the likes of Paul Pogba, Cristiano Ronaldo,
it's done.
Will happen. So that's the fear.
I don't think it will happen, but then I agree with him to a large extent with what he has said, that the players have the power to stop. I think they are actually from everything. I don't even believe the UK government has the power. I think the players are the ones who have the power to stop everything that's happening. But then I also fear that you see what is happening. It's, like you said, it's about the money, and they are trying to turn football into like the NFL, where and if this happens, what it means is that it's not the owners that are going to be making money. Footballers are going to move from earning between 1 million and 6 million a year to maybe 50 million to 100 million a year, which is very possible with the money that you are quoting. And that is what happens in the NFL. A player can sign a 6-year contract that is worth over 100 to 200 million. It doesn't happen in football at the moment because football contracts are not like that. But should they sign this deal and should it happen, the players will be having that kind of money in their bank account. Now imagine yourself as a player, and then you are going to move from 6 million a year to maybe 50 million a year.
I'll take.
And that is where I fear they could also be compromised to support the idea. But then aside that, I think everything lies in the hands of the players. If people can convince them to go.
So in wrapping up, in all this, we've been reading stories that UEFA has already threatened that all the teams who break away, their players won't get the chance to represent their national team in the Euros. And part of the report says that FIFA will ban all these players from competing in any competition that is organized under them or any of their federations. Now, will it affect the quality of Africa Cup of Nations 2022 if this thing happens?
Oh, I don't think it will affect the quality.
Because our top guys are virtually playing for these 11 clubs.
Well, of course, but I haven't heard them say they will ban them from AFCON. I've heard Euros.
But from the FIFA story that I read, they said they will ban them from any tournament that FIFA organizes or any organization that is under, and CAF is under FIFA.
Okay, so then I think should that happen, then definitely it will affect the quality of the African game, because an AFCON without Mahrez, without Mane, without Andre Ayew, for instance, if you
Andre Ayew plays for Swansea City.
I'm saying if he was at a big club, but let me say without Mahrez, without Mane, without Salah, definitely we would like to have this kind of players here to like spice things up.
Hakim Ziyech and the likes.
Yeah, so definitely it will really affect the quality, especially when it comes to the big names. Any tournament without big names is a bit lacking in quality.
Okay. So let me take your last words. If it has been Accra House of Folk, no, you are the one who don't support this. Now, normally we heard that our clubs complain about the reasons they don't understand why Hassan Kotoko should be taking the same amount of TV rights though with probably Ebusuan Drafts. If it was Has and Kotoko who took this decision
to break away. I think Kotoko cannot play a league, so definitely you need to convince some teams to join them. But then I will support them to break away if Has and Kotoko are united and can. You see, when the Premier League broke away in '92, the teams were united. It was like a coup. They broke away from the FA, but then they had sponsors on standby. They had decided everything. Everything was planned and waiting to happen. If Hassan Kotoko can get a broadcast sponsor like Sky, who is willing to pump in the money and to revamp the whole Premier League, to get the teams money that can transform them and then let them have the facilities that will make them A-list teams. I'll be all for it. But if it's just as in Kotoko, who, as you already know,
but
they are
if,
not really...
So if maybe wake up one day, has the team up with Kotoko, Okowe United, but for 11 wise, dwarfs, like the normal traditional clubs that
the others,
yes.
No, that I wouldn't support.
The thing is that anything that compromises the soul or the what football represents should not be entertained.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's the argument. The reason why we all love the game is the passion. Is the fact that as supporters we feel like it's an extension of us.
Yeah.
You see Arsenal as a part of your family. You see Chelsea, if Chelsea wins, you become happy. If they lose,
you don't get anything, but at the end of the day, it's just the happiness.
You feel like that's
it's part of you.
Now, what this year saw the whole now is taking away that part where the only thing they are talking about is money. So if Karela, Kotoko, and Co are going to